Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins. Hello, I'm David Ladd, and welcome to the CoCo Nation Show.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCo Nation Show, episode 316, with special guest Ron Bull.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Hanging in there.
And I'm Ron Noble.
Yeah.
Sounds like a bunch of bull to me.
I don't know, Ron. I've heard you talk. I'm not so sure about that.
All right, fine.
The pride of PennDOT.
Pride of PennDOT, right? Yeah. I did
All
work
right.
there for a while. I worked there
Okay,
for
let's
10
go
years.
through panel introductions. Let's see who we got with us today. Upper left-hand corner, we have Rick Euland.
I'm sorry.
And yours truly. Next over, we got Ron Delvaux.
How did you guess?
Ron number one. Next up, L. Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Okay. And carriage return and a line feed. Our special guest, Ron Bull, which we'll get back to in a sec.
All right.
And Grant Leedy.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Okay, good. And Marco, the master of the chat.
Good to be here.
And next up, David Ladd.
Hello, everybody. Please sit tight. We're going to have a nice long show today. Enjoy.
And better make sure you got your 5-point on today. Let's see. Next up, we got Kevin Holloway.
Hello. Hello, everybody.
Okay. And Sloopy Malibu. And next up, Jason, CocoMan.biz.
Howdy. I've got my Diet Dr. Pepper. I'm ready to go. And the winner of today's award for being closest to David Ladd in proximity is Kevin Holloway.
Your shirt's too red.
Too red? It can't be too red. There's no
Yes,
words on
look
it.
above you. It should be oranger. It should be oranger.
Ooh.
All right. Next up, we got Terry Steege. We haven't seen him in a long time.
Hey guys, welcome to the CoCo Nation.
And we're
Well,
still,
we still
not
haven't
yet.
seen
We
him.
still
Yeah,
have.
you look real. Yo,
I've
Terry,
never
you look,
looked better, have I?
you look really chipper.
Oh,
There's no glare off your beard.
And I will let everybody know if you ever go see Terry in person in Cheyenne, Wyoming, he will take you out to a very, very good steak restaurant.
What?
Shit, now I gotta pay. Oh.
What's his
It's
address?
alive and interactive. show, and anything-
Language.
And moving on.
Hell, last but not least, we got Nick Marentes.
I'm always last. Hello, everyone.
I don't know.
also
you're the
our
first one.
co-interviewer today, too, might add.
I mean, you're already into tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
he
you should
definitely
be-
won't be as boring as Curtis. So
No,
this
he
actually
hit
might
pretty
be
hard.
this might
If
be
you're
good
into
for
tomorrow, you should already be
well-
done with the show, Nick.
Yeah, I have already seen the show. It's a tragedy.
Well, fix it. Fix
we
it for
did-
us.
We just can't get him to send us the Powerball numbers.
It's because he's taking them from himself. That's why he's so rich and got so many Corvettes in that garage.
Yeah. Under the bed.
Anyway, our special guest today is Ron Bull, who is the main organizer for PennFest, which we'll kind of go into. And just to give you kind of an introduction of what PennFest was like, Nick has actually got a bit of a video clip of an auction that Ron was heading up. And you guys may be familiar with Tony Pedraza doing this in the Chicago ones, but here's Ron.
66. I have the cutoff though.
Listen now, that's a 60. You're gonna play with the big boys.
You already have one.
Hey, I take credit cards. I got the old one. I take credit cards, okay? What are we up to? $60. Who bid the 60? Alan did. Alan bid the 60? Alan said. You're saying 60 is your cutoff, or you got more to go? Oh, he has a
How much
cutoff.
was it when it was sold by Game Point or whoever? How much was that?
It was 120, I think, back then.
$120 back
That was
then.
cheap then too.
That was at least 120, right? Yeah. 120, is that what you said?
This model,
What did he say? He said 60. That's
So did you say 60 is your cutoff? Or you
No, I didn't say I said I have a cutoff.
You have a cutoff.
He has a
Okay,
cutoff.
61.
61.
65.
65. 66.
70.
70. 75.
That's probably good, Nick. So those of you who've been to CoCo Fest in Chicago, you're probably familiar with Alan Huffman in the role of bidding everything up, because he still does that to this day.
What was he holding in his hand?
Nick, you can identify that, I think.
A Rascan video. Oh, was it? Yeah.
Yeah. And you signed the manual for the winner of that auction, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
who won it? Yeah, I signed it, the booklet. Man, $1.20. It's great.
Anyway, welcome to the show, Ron.
Yeah.
And hopefully
looked a
Paul's
lot
able to
younger
watch
back
and
then.
maybe participate in the chat. So we're going to go through a little bit of your history here with computers in the CoCo in general. And we're probably going to concentrate a bit more on the PennFest stuff, because I think that's probably what you're the most famous for in the CoCo community, because you organized some of the best shows we had since Rainbow Fest in the heyday. But just to get started here, what was the first computer you ever used, whether it was Tandy or not?
It was Tandy. It was the CoCo 1. It was the very first one, and I got it in 1980. I think it was 81. And in 82, I got a CoCo 2. And then I don't remember when, but later I got the CoCo 3. And I got all the things that you attached to it, the ROM pack. I had floppy drives, I had hard drives, and then I got it repacked. And so I added a lot of stuff to it that made it more usable for me under OS 9, because my goal was to jump into OS 9. And that's what I had the most fun with. I feel very honored by what you were saying about the CoCo Fest, but I think a lot needs to be accredited to Nick. He did a lot of the artwork, okay, and I just grunted through it, and luckily, by the time the PennFest 2000 came around, I had experience running the other three that I already ran, and so to me it was kind of mechanical in a way. But that show would not have been what it turned out to be without Nick.
Yeah. Mark, if you can highlight Nick on the thing too here, because we're going to co-interview Ron. So now, before we get into the PennFest stuff, because that started in 1997, I want to get through a little bit of your early history, because I remember we used to talk on you had a BBS, I think, before that.
Yes.
And then you had your webpage of Bull's Barn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually,
do you remember when you roughly started the BBS?
I started that. Let me see. I was I was in Utah when I started it. I was in the Air Force, and I started up a club. They never had a club out there, so I started up a club, and to help keep in touch, and I went and started up a bulletin board system. Okay, and that I ran the whole time from back then to, I don't, at least to the PennFest 2000, I had that going. And the Bull's Barn largely was run on my CoCo 2. See, I wouldn't give it up.
I didn't realize that. I always thought it was on a CoCo 3.
I had the CoCo 3, but I wouldn't give up the CoCo 2 either. So that ran the bulletin board system for me. So,
yeah, and then later on, you did the website, which I think you started in the mid to late 90s, I think.
Yeah. Well,
and I think Scott Creepentrog hosted it for you because he hosted mine at the same time too.
Yeah. Well, while I was in the Air Force, I also did a publication, the sort of like a magazine that we sent around and gave out to people, and it was largely paid for by advertising, and but it would have programs in it and stuff, and people helping each other is what really got it going. And then after my 4 years in Utah, I went down to New Mexico, Cannon Air Force Base. And when I got there, again, no club. There wasn't any club. So I started up a club again. Glutton for punishment, I guess. And I started producing what I called the Tandy. I think it was a Tandy wrapper or something. I don't know what we called it. But it was like a magazine that, again, that I sent around. And then when I got out of there, I was there for 2 years. And then I came up to Pennsylvania. Okay. And when I came back to Pennsylvania, I stopped the clubbing. And because when I went to the fest, I was going to the fest, and somebody at the fest, I think it was one in Chicago, said that they're not going to be doing it anymore down in Atlanta because things got a little uncomfortable down there. Okay. So they said, well, we ought to have one other one up north here somewhere. And I said, oh, I'll do it. And so I started up, my first CoCo Fest then. And like I said, it was a matter of getting a hotel and getting the word out. I used the bulletin board system, and I know I agree with you. I can remember it was on the web somehow, and but I just don't remember what the URL was. Okay, and it was through there that I started putting out the advertising for the CoCo Fest. Okay, so sooner or later we decided we were going to have in Pittsburgh because I couldn't get it in Harrisburg area, and then after I did the first one in Pittsburgh, then we decided, okay, you can't sidestep the 20th birthday. Okay, yeah, that's too important. So I got to talking and about doing the PennFest 2000, and next thing you know, Nick got a hold of me and we chit-chatted about it, and he assisted me, and we got a hold of everybody we could get a hold of to try and put on that show. Okay.
Yeah, you had a good guest list on that one.
Yeah. Brother Jeremy, Alan Huffman, and Nick and yourself and others also helped to get those people to come,
Yeah.
And once we got one to commit, and it became a little easier to get the others to commit, which is what we were excited about the most.
Yeah.
We had
but to go back to the earlier history, like the 97 one, when you started that one, like I think you said in the pre-show that the first two were at a different location or even a different city than the last two. Is that correct?
Yeah. The first two were, one was in Harrisburg, right outside of Harrisburg. Okay. At a hotel. And then, the other one was on the southern part of Harrisburg, right near the airport. And then it switched because I couldn't get either one of those two hotels to commit. They said they got booked. There's Bull's Barn.
Yep, I pulled it off the Internet Archive. So
yeah, and I'm glad you did. But then I decided, well, okay. I talked to Paul Zavala, and he said he'll look around out there, and then he found one out there in Pittsburgh. That's where he lives. He lives just north of Pittsburgh. He lives in Beaver, Pennsylvania. And so he helped me get that hotel, and that's how we got the third show. And then to do the birthday bash, well, that's the one that we had to, get that hotel that we were at and get it set up for the big show. I needed a lot of rooms at that point, and that was the key ingredient. So as long as I could get enough people to get rooms, I was good.
One nice thing about the way you did the PennFest one, like looking at your website here, is that you had projected attendees. You had a list of the people that were coming, which I don't think CoCo Fest was doing that back then. They kind of do it now. Projected vendors. You had just stuff advertising the CoCo Chat, which is an RC chat. And of course, you remember the CoCo web ring, as was mine, where if you were interested in CoCo stuff, you just kept clicking through the sites and check them all out.
Yeah, and I wanted people to know who was coming, because believe it or not, a lot of the guys there are more famous than me, and
well, not anymore.
they're well known, and so I wanted people to know who was coming, both as vendors and as attendees, so that way everybody can see who's going to be there, and that might incite them to also come. And I think in the back of my head, I was thinking that might have played an important part for some of the real celebrities to show up,
Yeah, I think it did.
That's what, oh, wow, got some pictures from back then.
Yeah, these are from Alan Huffman's site. I think most of the pictures, I'll let Jason and Nick do the pictures for the 1999-2000 ones, since they were actually there. But Alan Huffman actually went to all four of them. So I thought I'd show some of the pictures that he took. So you're talking about, celebrities, like you can see, like over here, there's Steve Bjork.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I remember him.
There's you.
Yeah. Don't I look younger then?
I think we all did back then.
Skinnier too.
There's Scott Grabentrog, who hosted both of our websites at the time.
Yeah. I think him and Alan Huffman had a race in cars, didn't they?
Could be. This is Alan DeCock here, one of the principals with Nitrous 9, along with myself and Bill Noble. And I think that's Ken Scales. Is that his name? It's Ken something.
Yeah.
Two Canadians. Here's Alan and brother Jeremy, of course.
Yep.
Sock Master, of course, John Kowalski.
Yeah.
Genius level programmer. Carl Sefcik, who actually still attends CoCo Fest to this day. I just saw him in April at the CoCo Fest in Chicago. So
wow,
he's a bit grayer now, as are most of us.
Oh, getting that way.
And then I'm trying to find where's one with Jim Davis, because he was kind of a principal to this too. Oh, here's what's his name? Is it Alan Dages, the guy that ran one of the guys that helped with the CoCo Fest in Atlanta? Here in the front. He's since passed away. And I'm trying to remember who that was. Was that Mike Guzzi?
I don't know. Can't quite see it. Dirt cheap.
Yeah, Dirt Cheap Computer Stuff Company. Now you got some speakers. I'm not going to show like every picture here because we got a lot of stuff to go through. But of course, Sock's famous for his bouncing ball demo, amongst many other things. Gatherings for supper and stuff, which still go on to this day. And I don't know if Steve was going to sing with Brother Jeremy. I don't know if that ever happened or not. But
I don't know if he did, but I remember him doing the Time the Kangaroo Down, boy.
That was PennFest 2000, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And actually, the jam sessions still happen now. Like Rick and I both played at the one here last time, too. So,
yeah.
There's John Strong.
Yep.
Carl Bull, who's also since passed away.
Mm-hmm.
What's his name? He's still around. He still comes to the fest. He still attends the Glenside meetings, too. Why am I pulling a blank at his name?
It happened.
Because you're old.
Yeah, probably. But Carl, him and I got to be pretty good friends at the CoCo Fest in Chicago because I was helping them, Glenside, with the drivers for the ID card, and Carl's my main contact.
That Brian Gozer?
Yeah, that might be it. That sounds definitely familiar. So that's PennFest 97. So let's jump ahead to the next year here, 98. And somebody brought a snake. Am I correct here?
Wow. I know my son bought a bunch of them. Corn snakes.
Is that a
That's what
python?
they were.
Because
They were corn snakes.
we use Python today.
You're talking the programming language, though, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, I guess that is a little different.
Just slightly.
I've never seen a snake
license
at
won't-
CoCo Fest before, so that was a new one on me.
Well, they had the cat for a while.
His brother Jeremy has even got some of the earlier CoCo 3 with prototype gimmies and stuff in there before the commercial ones happened. Here. So who's that holding the snake, Ron?
I don't know.
Sure as heck wouldn't be me.
No,
Wouldn't be me either.
Just a random enthusiast.
It had to be snakes.
I think this was Boise's here, the Lookmano Disco S9 and ROM. So actually just booted right off the ROM built in.
Yeah.
That was
And here's-
when Jim Davis took my Pac-Man to the fest.
Yeah, because this one you didn't attend. This is the last one before you actually came out because you made the last two.
Yeah.
Now, Nick, did you have some pictures from 99 or should I just go through the ones I have here from Alan?
You go through yours. I don't have any 99. Well, I haven't
Okay.
got them set up. Yeah.
And then when we get to 2000, I'll let Ron kind of be the narrator along with Nick, but I'll have Jason and Nick. You guys can kind of show a few pictures each there to go through. And I think we'll spend more time in that one because that was a big one. You guys had a huge guest list. You had cakes. I gained a few pounds just attending the damn thing.
Okay.
Hey, Nick, when you came, was it a lot less than now? I mean, money-wise to come here? I seem to recall it was around $1,600. And it is cheaper. It was cheaper rather then than what it is now. Yeah. Yeah.
So just ask the two of you here, like, how much organization of the 99 Fest did Nick have? And also, how did the two of you guys meet up to do the 99 show versus the 2000, which obviously you guys collaborate on quite a bit?
I think it was because of the 99 that Nick, I asked him or he asked me, whatever, we put it together. Okay. And like I said, he went way beyond and he got the graphics done. I got the cakes from a bakery near Beaver, or in the town of Beaver, and I brought the cakes down. But Nick did an awful lot of work on that 2000 Fest, and it wouldn't have been as smooth or as professional looking without his help. I think
That's all going to go right to Nick's head, you realize.
Well,
So-
that's all right. He deserves it. He deserves it. I like to pat people on the back for what they do because, a lot of times people don't want to take credit for what they do, but it's well earned. Okay?
Yeah, Nick does not have that problem at all.
I think a room down there, right?
Well, for me, it was quite exciting to actually even go to a CoCo Fest in '99 and see a lot of the people that coming from Australia. You just read about all these people, so they're like all your heroes. So in '99, when I went, it was I was so excited and I got involved a bit there with some of the banners and stuff. But as soon as I got back to Australia, and Ron said that he'd like to do another one, a birthday bash one. That's it. I signed up straight away. So I said, tell you what, if I come again, I will help out more. So 2000 became the big one. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, this here picture that we're showing now is a picture of Nick holding up a boomerang he bought in '99. And I think you brought some more in 2000, used them as prizes and stuff. And I think, Ron, you still have one of those, don't you?
Yes, I do. I have it right here. See it?
Can't tell if that's the
killed
same. No, it
anyone
looks like a
with it?
different one.
You can say that went around the world, didn't you? They say they're supposed to be able to come back to you, but I don't throw this one away.
No, that one. That's a tourist one.
If I threw it back, it'd beam me in the head on the way back and knock me out, I'm sure. So
Yeah. I already suffered one heart attack. I don't need to know.
here's Nick explaining what Australia is, because some
Yeah.
people don't believe it's real.
Oh, it's real. It's real.
Australia isn't real. Nick Marentes is really just an actor based in Utah.
No, aliens come from Utah.
And this is a cool one too, because this is Nick and Sockmaster, and this is just when Gate Crash went on sale. In fact, I think this is the first show it went on sale, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But Sock created, of course, the Gloom 3D demo before that, a few years before, and then Nick, got a hold of the engine from Sock and then created, a game out of it, which is what Sock wanted somebody to do all along. And you can even see pictures of Cocoa Nuts, Nick's interview book in the background there as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at the time I had Gatecrasher and the Cocoa Nuts book. But was that PennFest 2000 or 99?
This is 99.
Showing?
It's 99.
99, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell you had a slightly less bit of gray there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. See if we can look there. Here's Alan and Nick. Did you have to bid against Alan on anything?
No, I
Probably
didn't.
gave him a can of Jolt.
Yeah, Alan was bringing the Jolt. He actually brought him to CoCo Fest in Chicago because somebody, they stopped making Jolt a decade and a half ago, but somebody started making it again. So you actually brought some a couple years back, and now they're not made again anymore.
Yeah.
I much preferred them to the stupid monster drinks.
Originally a product of Rochester, New York, I believe.
Could be. I don't remember. The newer one was somewhere else, though. I can't
Yeah.
remember who did that one.
Yep.
But I used to buy those all the time up here, and they can't get them up here anymore either. There's Jim Davis from the back, trying to find a good picture of him from the front. Now, who is this with Alan?
Green.
Larry
what was
Green?
his first? Larry Green. That's it. He had the Fujitsu FM7.
Oh,
as
right,
well
yeah.
as the Coco.
Yeah, Nick, if you look on that back wall, it says Fest 99 on it.
Yeah.
Yep, right there.
Yeah, I made that banner, but in 2000, I thought I'd make a bigger one. I
Yep,
made that
you
really
sure
big one.
did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Giant.
John Strong in the background there, too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's a good picture of Jim Davis here? Oh, is that him in the back? Yeah, there's Jim Davis there.
Yeah.
And that's somebody
Jim
I'd like to get a
Davis.
hold of again, because he was very, he got all the stock from Glenn Dahlgren from Sundog and stuff. So he kept a lot of the software available for sale for years at this fest and at the CoCo Fest and stuff. And then he kind of disappeared, and I don't know what's really happened to him. Did he drive you to one of the fests too, Nick?
Yeah. Well, when I flew to America, I stayed with Jim, and he was in what was the state? Oh, whatever that state was.
Just guess there's 50 of them. You might get it right.
yeah, I'll get one of them eventually.
Like Iowa
then
or
we
something?
drove Missouri.
Same difference.
Yeah. So then we drove then from Missouri to PennFest and back again.
Now, did he
But I
did he
stayed-
host you both years or just the 1 year?
Yes, yeah, both years.
Is that a
So
lady
I
there?
would go there. I'd go there a week before the fest, and then during that week, I would then run around to the. I don't know about PennFest '88, but when it was PennFest 2000, I spent the week beforehand running to the hardware stores and buying material to put things together for the fest. Because it was easier to make it once I got to the US rather than try to
To ship it,
create
yeah.
it all the way from Australia.
And if you got a bad deal, you could just whack him in the head with a boomerang. So I'm trying to remember who some of these other people are. I wish I could remember some of their names. Like this guy had a TC9, I remember. He's one of our customers when Bill and I were doing the drivers for Frank Hogg, but I can't remember his name. Lots of stuff for sale. And did you have an auction every year too, Ron?
Yeah.
And did you that basically cover the cost of the show, or did you make that much money on the auctions as far as that goes? You remember?
Really? No, I don't think any of the shows were profitable for me.
Because I know Glenside basically sustains the fest every year because the auction combined with receipts of people getting in and getting tables and stuff. Actually, they haven't charged for attendees in the last few years, but they do charge for the tables. Basically, has covered the cost of the show. So I was wondering if you had the same experience, but it sounds like no, not quite.
Well, I largely did it to raise money, to help Nick, be able to get to the fest. Okay, and
to send me away again.
Huh?
Yeah. That's what our joke was we're paying to send him back to Australia so we didn't get stuck with him.
No, that was good. No, I felt it was a nice thing to do, and that's what I did. It's I really, really appreciated his help, and don't get me wrong, I didn't lose the mortgage on the house or anything. You know what I mean? On any of those shows. But you gotta when you're hosting those shows like that, you gotta also look at it as being entertainment. Okay, I mean, I'm good for a couple of days of good, really good entertainment. And I was also kind of being stealthy and trying to see what all's out there that maybe I might be interested in. So I go from vendor to vendor as much as I could in those shows. And so, I mean, it was two-sided. It was not one-sided, for me. I wasn't trying to turn a profit, but it was to have fun.
Yeah. One thing I did like about your fest, and I didn't see this as often in Chicago, and maybe somebody's more familiar with the running of the Chicago show would correct me if I'm wrong here, but you guys actually had multiple newspaper write-ups on the show happening in your local newspapers. I remember seeing one for the 2000 one. This obviously is an earlier one, actually doing a full page, with pictures and the whole bit talking about a CoCo Fest. How did you manage to arrange that?
A few phone calls.
That was it. I was expecting more drama.
It was like I said, I think I had, if I may say, I think I had just as much fun at those shows as you guys did. To be able to meet everybody. I mean, how often are you going to meet some of these people? And most of them that show up there, they're all geniuses. You know what I mean? I'm just putting on a show. I'm a common computer user. I don't program. Well, I shouldn't say I did program a little, and but I don't get into understanding all that stuff. It's way above my level. So I don't mind putting on a show if it helps, and it did.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like some of the people that are the genius programmers aren't the greatest at working with groups of people or in public or something like that. It's like some of them are more introverts and stuff. So you need people like you that are outgoing and can go call a newspaper and say, "You want to write up an article on us here to help advertise?"
I kind of do push it myself a little bit around, But hey, it's the only way to get things done,
Yeah. I mean, Nick's fairly unique because he's a great programmer, knows the hardware and the software quite well, very well, and he also is pretty good at promotion and stuff too. Like he's probably the person that advertises the most out of all the CoCo software vendors that still sell software these days and still create new software, because there's multiple people still doing that, but he's really good at promoting it through blogs, through his website, demoing the games and packaging them and everything else. Like he's set a whole bar standard here. So I think you picked a good person to collaborate with on the 2000 PennFest.
Getting Kevin Darling to come to the show and get him. Yeah, I think him and
Jeremy Spiller, Mark Hawkins. You guys had a few.
Got them to kind of give up the remnants of OS9. Well, we won't call it level 3. Okay. But
level 2 version 3 is what it was officially called.
And So Brother Jeremy did get a hold of that, and so that goal was obtained. And then it was a matter of, okay, spread the wealth and let's get some of this OS9 stuff really kicking into gear, and that's what happened.
Yeah. Now that's one thing Nick was wrong on, but yeah.
That guy you had up there, he did, didn't you?
Yeah, he had that whole heart. He brought it to Chicago too. This I can't remember what it was for. It was telephoning of some sort, wasn't it?
Right. It was for telephones. Yeah.
Because he had all this custom stuff he made, and the CoCo drove the whole darn thing.
Yeah. It's amazing what you find out people are using the computer for.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Rick, you're a hardware guy. Do you remember what the details were in this? Because I think you were at some of the CoCo Fest Chicago when he brought this out a few times.
Yeah, I don't remember the details. It's a crossbar switch with a CoCo running it instead of a big AT&T cabinet. So nice work. Yowza.
So like a central office simulator?
PBX.
Right. It's a PBX. Yeah.
There's Nick with Scott and John. Now, I think, Jason, you were at this one. I'm going to see if I can find a picture of you somewhere. Here's Mark Marlette in Boise, who still attends shows to this day as well. Thought I did see one here. There's Sock Jr. Would be in his 20s now, which is just insane.
Right.
He doesn't have any socks on there. What's the deal?
Oh, it's called Sock Master, not Sock Wearer.
Oh, that's
so,
true.
I guess.
Right.
There's Kelly is his last name. What's his first name? Rick Kelly? Rich Kelly? Guy from Texas, but he's since passed away, unfortunately.
His mustache is a lot bigger now.
Oh, it was, yeah. Because I used to see him at CoCo Fest all the time, and then he was pretty sick the last few years he came out, and then unfortunately passed away. There's Alan Huffman's book reviewing all the CoCo Fests.
Yep.
Now, this is a famous picture. This one I think was on your website at one point.
Erase that thing. Okay, now we got blackmail, huh?
Yeah, publish it quickly everywhere.
Yeah, we're gonna need that in unmarked bills.
I have you know though, I know that's an old picture because I quit smoking 3.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Because of my heart attack. I quit.
This is a freaking. Where the heck is Jason? I thought for sure we had a picture of him.
I know he's on the PennFest 2000 ones.
Oh darn! You don't have a picture of me from 1999. Darn.
Did your brother Ken ever go to these PennFests, Jason?
No.
I was trying to see if I could find him too.
No.
He's been antisocial for years, is what you're telling me.
Well, he's lived 200 miles away for quite some time.
Oh, that's such an excuse here.
Yeah. Well, see, at least when I go to CoCo Fest, he's on the way.
Yeah. Oh, maybe. I mean, if that's his excuse, though, I mean, just talk to me or Nick.
Right.
Anyway, that covers those. So I'm going to stop sharing, and then Nick or Jason, if you guys have some photos that you want to share from the 2000 one, and we'll get into a bit more detail with Ron on that because Ron and Nick can talk about the background of that. Like, how did you guys start getting ideas for like really pushing that show to the max compared to the 99 one? I mean, it's obviously the 20th birthday, but how did you come up with all the ideas of like having birthday cakes and, how did you get a hold of all the special guests you had, which was quite a few?
Yeah, once we decided on the theme of it being the 20th birthday, okay, then we went from birthday to birthday bash, birthday party, and you got to have cake at a birthday party. So yeah, I got cake.
Yeah, I remember it was Ron's idea he came up with the name, the birthday bash. I thought, yeah, well that sounds cool. So we ran with the whole birthday thing, and I wanted this to be, and along with Ron, we wanted this to be a fest, a big party, not just a big computer club gathering. It had to be a party. So Ron then, suggested we get cakes and and all that, and then the balloons come in, and yeah,
Streamers on the ceiling, and
that's right. Yeah.
I'm looking for the cake. I got the cake. Where's the
I've
cake?
got actually. Do you want me to play a part of the video where we cut the cake?
Sure.
Because that's hosted by Alan Huffman, who I don't know who arranged him. I'd never met Alan before, and
no one arranges Alan.
No. Well, I remember on the day I didn't have a main speaker, and Alan just pops up and he starts talking, and he's very good. So he was brilliant. So great. So anyway, I'll just see if I can. I didn't cue this up. I wasn't expecting to. Give me 2 seconds.
In the meantime, I'll just show like here's the program guide from PennFest 2000.
Yeah.
And then the schedule on the back for speakers and seminars, etc. And then you got little write-ups on each of the people that are doing seminars with their photos. Probably a little bit hard to see there, but
yeah. Well, I think I modeled that. I noticed that the Rainbow Fest always had a nice booklet as a guide. So I said, look, I want to have a good booklet for this fest as well. So hence I made up a nice little booklet there.
You still hunting down your share there?
Yep, I found it. I'll just turn on the share, and we'll just play a bit of that cutting of the cake. Okay, is that coming through there now?
According to legend, or at least according to the calendar that was published in Rainbow Magazine during one of their anniversaries, it listed historic dates in the color computer timeline. Well, according to that calendar, if memory serves, August 20th, tomorrow, was supposedly the release or first sale or launch or something with the original color computer. So we are at the 20th anniversary of this computer that started so long ago. And we've got some special guests with us. We have got these 2 cakes here in tribute to the last incarnation of the color computer, the Color Computer 3 cake and the CM8 monitor cake. And I would just have loved to have seen the looks on the people that had to design these. Probably haven't seen any computer like this. So it's a special event. There's not a lot of people here selling brand new color computer items. There's not new hardware and things like that, but we're having a lot of fun. We've got some special guests with us today. We've got Kevin Darling, legendary OS9 great, responsible for a lot of the interest many of us like myself had towards OS9 back during the early 90s and all that. Mark Hawkins, one of the legendary faces etched into the ROMs and into many of our memories inside the Color Computer 3, responsible for helping.
Anyway, I don't know if you want to play the whole video, but I'll get more direct to the cutting of the cake.
Yeah, and just to mention here, if you want to pause it there before you start playing again. On the far left is Mark Hawkins, one of the 3 amigos on the ROM. If you hit Control-Alt-Reset on CoCo 3, Kevin Darling's in the middle. And Jeremy Spiller, the author of Crystal City and Xenix, is on the far right.
That's right, yeah. So they're the 3 guests I managed to pull in. Sucker.
And does that CM8 cake have a door? That's my next question.
Sorry?
Does the CM8 cake have a door on the CM8?
Oh, I can't remember. Maybe we get a close up and have a look.
I have pictures.
You guys get the first piece. Ready? 3, 2, 1, cut. Oh, right down the monitor. That's going to leave a mark.
He never did like the CM8.
He's done this before. So they were pretty good cakes. That was very
one was vanilla and one was chocolate or something too, wasn't it? If I remember.
Yeah, something like that.
Half was vanilla and half was chocolate.
Yeah, and in the backdrop you can see all the big PennFest 2000 banner, and there's a table there, and I tried to get every model of the CoCo from CoCo 1 to CoCo 3 on the bench, all running with their advertising pages from the Rainbow, and I just wanted it to be bigger than what I had in PennFest 99.
It was definitely better. And
Yeah, it was better than any of the CoCo Fests I was going to at the time. I will fully say that.
Yeah.
Not slamming CoCo Fest Chicago, but this was, you guys went all out.
Right. You know, the one in Chicago. I went to a lot of them in Chicago, and that one there is more like a club getting together and people coming in when they want to visit a CoCo Fest. But you know, it wasn't a celebration. But then again, this one I had the honor and the privilege of it being the birthday bash. Okay. And I wanted it to come out like a real party, like everybody was having fun at a party. And it did. And I thank Nick for it too.
Yeah, I have to agree. Jason and Nick, do you have any higher quality photos of the cakes and stuff you want to show, or the banner, etc.?
Yeah, I've got some photos I can throw up, but yeah, you go first, Jason.
All right. Let me share the right screen.
Yeah, that's the actual cutting of the cake there with Mark, Kevin, Alan, and Jeremy.
Yes, and I think that was maybe a mock Mike cake knife fight there, maybe.
Yeah, it was sort of a dueling swords or something, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and
there's the cake.
Yeah, there's the CoCo cake.
That's the CoCo. Yeah, have you got the CMA? There we go.
It does have a door. Look at that.
It does have a door. Yeah.
I don't know if it's authentic anymore.
And if we go back, there was the television set there, and I remember I think Nick, I had stopped by the evening before that Friday, and Nick had said that, or Ron, or one of you guys had said that, we were going to rent a TV and a VCR, but the hotel wanted an exorbitant amount of money for it. I'm like, well,
that's right. Yeah.
I live nearby. I'll be back in the morning. I will bring a TV and a VCR. So,
and he did.
I did, and it was a bit dusty, but I did.
And it worked.
Yeah, it was like my basement television set at the time or something. So it was just it was a little dusty, but it worked.
It was quite a display.
Oh yeah, there was some.
Yeah, I wanted to be the front banner, of the entire room.
Yeah, this photo you're showing here, Jason, I think this was the trivia contest, wasn't it, where each table was competing against each other?
Yeah, it is.
I think so. Yeah,
a
lot of this is fuzzy to me. This is a long time ago, but like at 99, I just attended, and but at 2000, that's probably why you didn't find any pictures of me. But at 2000, I actually was a vendor, and I think this was my table. I think. Sure.
So this would have been the very first show you ever presented a table at, Jason.
Yes, PennFest 99 was the first CoCo event I'd ever been to, and it was kind of mind-blowing, and it just happened to be, it was in my backyard for once. I had planned to go to PennFest 98, but like I said, it was pretty young at the time. I didn't, in 1998 when that happened, I didn't own my own car, and it was basically called, no, you're not driving our car to Harrisburg, so it wasn't happening. So, but by this time I had purchased my own car. And I'm like, oh, well, I don't need to drive to Harrisburg. I only need to drive like 45 minutes to go out to the Holiday Inn by the airport. I'm like, I'm good. Okay, well, problem solved. But you can see here, my table, I also had some Atari stuff at the time, too. And I think even some Odyssey 2 games. And
just before we go to the next photo, I just want to cover a couple things that happened in the chat here. James Jones says there's lots of new hardware now, happily, and that's true. There's a ton of new hardware being made. Also, James actually had very kind words for Ron on Facebook when we announced that he was going to be our guest this week, where he said he really wanted, because he never did it properly in person, but he really wanted to thank you for putting on the PennFest, because he was at, I think, all of them. So that's passing on to you.
That wasn't a problem for me. I enjoyed myself.
Curtis?
I hope everybody else enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, I did. Go ahead, Mark.
Coco Living said back a while ago that he thought the magazine in Clovis, New Mexico was called CoCo Connection. And it was a long time ago. That would have been, during the Air Force era.
Could have been CoCo Connection, yeah. I
Anyway, continue on, Jason. Sorry.
Anymore.
There's Jim Davis back turned to us there.
Let's just see here. We'll go.
Now the layout.
Is that Curtis?
Yeah, that's me with my mullet.
Curtis, yeah.
Okay.
One of the things I when I was laying out the main room that I wanted to have in this fest is like previous fests, they would have a separate room for the main activities, and of course all the main vendor area was in its own area. I think that's how it is now even. But back then, I wanted to have the vendor area and the activity area in the one room so that everyone was there together. You didn't have half people going attending the vendors and the other half going to the fun where the fun is. I wanted everyone to be in the one room. So I had the presentations and most of the shows events in the same room, and that was, I thought, was good. It was more of a party atmosphere, I think, having everyone together.
We actually are doing that at CoCo Fest now because like the jam session stuff, it's all in the main rooms, people in the main ground. Now seminars and stuff you do need to have separate because you can't hear over everybody
we
talking.
We did have a separate seminar room. For some of them you needed a quiet area. So we did have a seminar room as well. But for all the party things, the trivia competitions,
the cake cutting ceremony,
the raffles, the cake cutting, that was all in the same room as the vendors. And the vendor tables were set up to be around that, the main audience area.
Yep.
Makes it a bit more noisy. Yeah, it was just like Ron said, this was meant to be a party. So that's what we were trying to go for.
Yeah.
Looks like you're pointing your finger at someone there in the picture.
Yeah, I'm probably throwing some BS there, but anyway, they're all.
I think he's telling me I was the runner for the trivia show. I think he was telling me I was doing it all wrong, and he's pointing at me in the back. You can't see.
I think that was the first time I met Curtis, actually.
Yeah,
big
sorry.
mistake. Yeah, you can see there in the picture, all the chairs for the audience are in the middle, with the big banner in the front, and all the vendors are at the sides.
Yeah.
So it was like a dual vendor and exhibition area in the one. You can even see
who's this fellow here?
What was that, Ron?
The guy that
That's Paul Zybalo on the left there.
On the
with the back turned?
With his back turned to us, yeah.
Okay. I don't remember who the guy in the middle is.
Recognize him. He lost a lot of weight.
Who's the fellow right next to him? Do we know?
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
He's the guy who made that telephone thing, whatever you were saying, going before.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
I can't remember his name. Yeah.
And then
my apologies if he's watching.
Well, apologies to everyone that's watching, but that's something we do every week.
Yeah.
But there's I think that's probably the opposite. Oh no, I guess that'd be the opposite direction.
The opposite direction, there it is.
Yeah, because I think my table was right in that lower left area right around here.
I don't even remember what my table was.
Well, I don't remember much, but I do.
I remember I liked my TC9 as carry-on. That was fun.
Oh boy.
There's James Jones, who's also in the chat.
In the tie-dye.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, there's Curtis. I see them. I can recognize the mullet.
Yep, that's what stands out in my pictures from this era for both fests.
Well, I look at it this way: we all probably weighed, or most of us weighed less, and definitely most of us had more hair at that time.
Yep.
Definitely
nailed it.
I'm going to put out a plea during this thing, okay? That if anybody wants to send me these pictures, I'd love to have them back.
You don't have them anymore?
No, I lost my CoCo a long time ago, and the hard drive, died on me. So I no longer have those pictures. So yeah, if anybody wants to share them with me, that'd be great. You know, my email address, if you want to send them through that, is bullco, bullco 78 @gmail.com.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a few people obviously have them. I mean, Jason's got
Yeah.
some, Alan's got some insights. So yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, these ones are just up on my blog site at cocoman.org that I really haven't done anything with in quite some time, but I posted these back in 2017, but yeah, we'll be sure to pass this along. I think this must have been the presentation here with the three.
Yeah, this is the main forum that we had. We had all the special guests up the front there talking, and the audience could just ask questions. That was quite a good discussion, especially with Mark Hawkins telling us about the development of the CoCo 3, the ROMs and everything. Yeah, and that was something that I always would read about in that the Rainbow Fest would do. They had these big conference forums or whatever, and they had
round table
special
type
guests.
things.
Round table, that's the word. So I said, "Oh, look, I want to have another round table. I want to bring back the round table," and that's what we did. And again, the audience was in the middle of the room, the vendors around the sides, and the front was essentially like a stage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And now, Nick, I really hate to be a stickler, but that table is obviously a rectangle.
Well, that's true. Yeah, it was.
Now, Nick, I do have a question for you. Maybe I can't remember if it was you or Ron, but the outsides on the right and left side of the PennFest 2000 banner itself, you had, what was it, magazine ads of like?
They were ads. They were just ads from the Rainbow itself. They were the really
like premier
nice
products
ads.
or something, or
premier products. Yeah, I thought I'd just put all those products hang them on both sides of the banner, just to sort of showcase the great products that were available for the CoCo at the time. Everything.
And how many of those were Donut Dilemma was my question next.
Every one of them. No, it was just various full page color, color or black and white ads from the Rainbow that I thought at the time that they always looked impressive. And I thought I'd just get hold of them and just pin them all up.
Cool. I kind of remembered that, but I wasn't sure if I had that right in my head.
We also did have.
I thought the whole back wall was a great presentation. You know.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and also on the right there, you can see Al Huffman and a video camera. We actually did have this way back then video streamed as well. I think that was one of the first fests that did that. I think we had a live chat back then. We had some
IRC or something, wasn't it?
Chat, and there was I think there was a live cam separate. I can't remember exactly how Al did it, but yeah, it was one of the first fests to actually
live
open up during the show. Yeah, to stream it.
Yeah, because CoCo Fest borrowed that, and we've tried to do that too. Just because some people just can't make it. Either the timing's wrong, they can't afford it, they're too far to the country, like Nick.
Yeah, it's a long swim.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Still waiting for that picture of Jason here with his beard.
Oh, I'm not. There's not any pictures of me in these ones because I took all the pictures.
I
know. If you want to see 23-year-old video of me, I think it's the bonus feature on the, what is it? Which one of the DVDs is it? The Popstar Pilot DVD? Nick?
Yeah, I've got the videos. If you really want to see that.
I'm fine with not seeing it.
I've got a picture. I'll show my pictures. You're there.
Yeah, and there's the TC9. I lugged that in my carry-on luggage. It's a tote filled with clothes and that. I'm sure I got bad looks when I was going through security.
Oh yeah, I'm sure customs just love that.
The bomb.
Right now.
Oh, and that's just that's the Color Computer Festival, it says, and at 8 a.m. and then at 2 p.m. we had a bridal shower. I didn't attend that though.
Yeah.
But I do remember the folks from the bridal shower kind of lingering in the hall there.
Yeah, they didn't come and get it as involved as the bride or the groom party we had at this last CoCo Fest. They actually came and got their pictures taken with the Dino Wars poster.
Yeah, that was epic. And there's the Tandy color computer for dummies. I mean, it's kind of blurry. I think I was just using like a point and shoot 35 millimeter at the time. So I got what I got, I think that's the
telephone guys.
That's the telephone guy again. Let's see what else we have here. Okay, there's the cake again.
Yeah.
And there's Nick video.
There's me with the camera.
Yeah. And I do remember, when Mark Hawkins came up, that everybody that had a CoCo 3 set up put the Easter egg screen on there. And I think he was just maybe just a little bit freaked out by that.
Not as freaked out as when Grizzly came running up to him to get his back signed.
I've got that on video too, but yeah.
That took him aback.
Yeah, it's like I think he feels just a little bit uncomfortable now. Like, well, you're the guy who
play that bit.
Yeah.
I'll play that short bit just to let the viewers of the show hear.
Okay, let me stop sharing and you can play that.
Oh no.
Or do you want to play that now, or do you want to play it later?
Yeah, keep showing yours. I got to find.
I think I've shown these cake pictures already. And there's the television. There's the cake again. I think this was the trivia. These look awfully familiar. I think that was just a view from my table. We've seen that, and it's Curtis again. Nick pointing.
There wasn't any elevator problems or anything.
Everything was ground floor.
Everything was ground floor. Yeah, I never had to. And there's the.
Thank goodness.
Well, these look familiar again.
So
I think maybe I had two separate posts and they might have run together here, but oh my goodness.
I've got the video ready. So
yeah, let's get the video because it looks like I'm getting repeats here for some reason. Let me stop.
Stop sharing.
I stopped sharing. I think I have more, but I think they're.
Okay, I'll play the video. All right, it's coming through and.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you. If you all hit Control, Alt, and Reset, I'd like to introduce you to Mark Hawkins. Right over here. Works for Michael right now.
Speech! Nobody told me nobody said I had to say anything, so I just came. But we just got here, had a good flight over. Haven't been to a CoCo Fest before. I don't even own a CoCo, but I've got a lot of OS9 boxes, and we've been doing this for a long time, so it ought to be a lot of fun talking to all you guys, seeing what all you've done with this little teeny machine over all these years, and spreading a little knowledge, although there's not much left up in there. It's kind of gone, but we'll see how it goes. So, glad to be here. That's it.
Okay, you'll see
the
there I
am.
Part. Yeah, there you are. Yes.
Okay, so you're ready to go. Let me work up to something like now, do you want it signed like M. Hawkins, or what's your name, isn't it?
Anyway.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. That was a fun time.
Yeah, I can bring up the other set here.
Okay, yep. You go.
I got a couple of CoCo 1s there, CoCo 2, CoCo 3.
Yeah, I think
Did you get a TDP? I can't remember.
No, I didn't have one of those. So I had the first grey, the second grey. I think the center one was a CoCo 3. There was a large white case CoCo 2, and the short.
Or was
white
it the
case.
Melty and the full travel keyboard CoCo 2s? I can't.
Yeah,
remember.
I can't remember now. And you can see just below them under the table.
Oh yeah, some of the ads from the time period, like the Isaac Asimov ads when the original CoCo
Yeah,
one was
yeah,
out.
the ads for that particular model CoCo. So it was meant to be almost like a back Oh,
The
just
20-year
name
history,
itself.
basically, almost. Yeah.
Yeah, or like a mini museum or whatever.
Nick, was there any TDPs there then?
No, well, they were, but I didn't have any there.
Okay.
I know as a personal experience, I never even heard of the TDP 100 until here
Well,
a few years ago when
even
I had
me,
to ask, what is that?
Yeah, I'd never,
But
I'd never known much about them either. I thought that's not a CoCo, is it? Turns out it
I'm
is.
guessing it came out after, or it was discontinued. I'm guessing it was discontinued by the time I got a CoCo, and that's probably why I didn't hear much.
Yeah, it was up between 82 and 83 for the most part. It was the first one to have the F board. It came out F board TDP 100 before the CoCo got the F board. So it was the first one easily upgradable to 64K by a couple of months before the CoCo itself got it.
And who actually sold the TDP?
Was it
Sears.
RCA?
Sears.
Do you remember,
So
Nick, Rick?
Yeah, I thought they were for retail sales out of Radio Shack.
Yeah,
TDP,
but they
you
were not
could-
too many
buy the
retailers
Radio
picked it
Shack,
up because
Right.
they charged a lot for them, so you couldn't
I know
do
you
much
could-
markup for profit.
You could buy a TDP 100 from the Sears catalog because I saw it there and thought maybe that would be an end around from not being able to get something from Radio Shack because Ma already bought a lot of crap, but it didn't work.
Yeah, I seem to recall RCA was one of the distributors too, but I don't remember. Well, we never have them in Sears catalogs up here in Canada anyway.
There's got to be an archive of Sears catalog somewhere on the internet. We could find that.
I think so. Yeah. 'Cause I remember I couldn't get one from Radio Shack because they just took cash. And so the TDP was attractive because, come on, Ma.
Sears card. Put it on the Sears card.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the cake again. That was the cake. It was still in the box. That's in the CM8 with the door still in the box.
Yeah.
Okay, but
1990. I mean, 2000 Air.
yeah, 2000 Air. Yeah, and I mean, this must be a different day because I see Curtis is wearing a red
Yeah,
shirt.
that's my 86 Rainbow Fest shirt.
Yeah,
I could still fit in it.
and
There's
I think that's
The
John
John Linville?
Linville right there.
Yeah.
on Linville.
Yeah, because I do remember him from that show. He had, and it didn't stick with me until I had heard him in another time tell the story how he ended up being there, which the paraphrase version would be, I think he had a relative in the area and was visiting or something, and was able to plan the visit at the same time as the show with a relative nearby. I don't remember the whole thing, but that's the paraphrased version of it.
Yeah, I do remember the first time I ever talked to him was at this show, and that's actually was at my TC9 seminar because he had the most questions out of anybody in the audience about it. So
That's
the
oh,
music.
Jim
man.
Davis on the left, Carl Sefsek in the middle, and I can't tell who's on the right.
yeah, Carl.
That's
That was
the music man.
This is the show Carl brought that electric car we were talking about in the pre-show. Actually, he took a
Oh.
few of us out for a drive with it. First one I'd ever seen in real life.
that's Music Man over here. Is that what you said, Nick?
Yeah,
Brian
that's
Schubring?
him. Brian
Oh,
Schubring.
that's Brian
that's it.
Schubert. I don't even remember him being there. But again, like I said, there was such a gap between. I went to this show in Pittsburgh, and then I didn't go to another CoCo Fest till
2017 or 2018 or something like that.
17 or 18. I'd have to look now, but it was one of those shows. It was a long time because I think Tony was there and like, oh, you should come to CoCo Fest. I got a calculator and everything, and I just never got there.
Looks like he's got a keyboard there.
Could be.
Imagine that.
Yeah, he does.
Too bad you can't zoom in with these pictures.
I need to rescan these at some point with a better scanner, and but again, these are old 35 millimeter prints. So, but here you can see the TC9, and you can make out the mullet really, really well in this one.
Yeah, I'm about to electrocute myself. I'm going to try soldering something on the back.
I don't. And this looks like
That's got to be Jim Davis's booth, I think.
Yeah, that was CFDM because
It
he was distributing some of the old like Sundog stuff. And
Oh, right. Yeah,
at
he
the
was
time.
distributing it as well as Jim Davis. They were both kind of distributing some
Yeah.
of the Dicom and Sundog stuff.
That's Contras on the screen there.
I see that.
Are
And
you
there's
using
a-
an app to show these pictures?
I am using these. I am viewing these right from my blog at cocoman.org. If I was using an app, I might have been able to make it bigger. But again, this is me last minute, no planning involved. They were already on there.
And that's tradition in our show, so that's fine.
That I have to uphold the production value here on the CoCo Nation, and I can't.
I.e. none.
I.e. none. I cannot be an overachiever. I have to maintain the same.
We
level
can't
of
pull a
quality.
PennFest 2000 here on the show and have something really professional and slick.
Of course.
Hate to say it, but it sounds like bull.
Give him an A for effort.
No, it's in our contract. We have to be under.
No, Bull's up there on your screen. He's up there, right there, right above Curtis.
Ron Bull on the top, and Jason's Bull down the bottom.
There you go.
It's like a Curtis sandwich.
Ugh.
Yeah. That. Ugh.
Hey, see, on the right-hand side, that's Paul Zabela.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Paul's
At the
elbow.
table.
Oh, at the table. Okay.
Yeah, he sat next to Brother Jeremy.
Yeah, we'll have to get Paul on the show, actually. Because he used
didn't-
to, didn't he? He used to be a vendor of some sort too, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, he had a nifty way of taking and making anything out of EEPROMs. Okay, you know the EEPROM with the Three Musketeers on. He at the show he was selling the CoCo Fest 2000 EEPROM.
Yeah.
Yeah, the PennFest where you had the whole banner and stuff. Actually, when you hit control reset, that's what you got. I'm sure Mark Hawkins didn't like that, but
He had a way of doing it, and so he was selling them there. Yeah.
Hey, Ron, I know that you probably won't remember this, but back in the day, do you think most CM8s had doors on them?
What's that?
Back in
Do you
the day,
think do you think most CM8s had their doors on them?
I think they fell off after the first week.
Yeah, because it's like as time went on, now it's rare to see one with a door on it.
Yeah.
I think back then mine had them, so I think they've fallen off later. I still have them. There's just like I have two CM8 doors, and there's like one leg that's broke on both of them.
Yeah,
that's
what
what
it break.
Right,
Yeah.
same one.
I think
now you
the
3D print
design
a
and-
replacement.
Jason, you're a little too hard on equipment there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think both the design of the door and over time the plastic probably gets brittle because the Apple monitors have the same problem, and so do the Commodore ones.
Yeah.
And it's
I
every
don't doubt
CM8 that ever went to a CoCo Fest lost its door. Since we all go to the CoCo Fests, we don't have our doors anymore.
Well, I picked up a spare CM8 for a really good price because Eric Canales bought it at a CoCo Fest auction one year, and it had a door, and he just wanted the door. And then I forget what it was. I said, so, and then when he sold me the monitor without the door, I said, so you just paid, and I forget what the dollar was. It was like, so you just paid 20, 30 or whatever it was dollars for a CM8 door. He's like, yes, I did. I'm like, okay.
Checks out.
Wow.
Works out.
In another few years, they'll probably be making them and selling them somewhere.
We'll see.
Well, you can 3D print one probably.
Yeah,
Well, the
some people
problem
have
is
already.
ABS isn't strong enough, otherwise the original door wouldn't have broke. So what do? That's what you got. It's a bad design.
I think this must have been Nick's little display because I see an Australian flag.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
wasn't that the year you had the Australian auction?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, or raffle. I'm sorry, raffle.
Yeah.
The raffle.
Because
Raffle.
I won a package of what we would call here cookies, but they called biscuits, and they were like Anzac biscuits or something like that.
Yeah,
which I
the
guess is a-
Anzac.
I'm trying to remember. Did you actually bring Vegemite and subject any of us to that?
Oh, gee, I can't remember. I don't think I did.
If you lost
I hope
the
not.
raffle,
That'd be a health hazard.
Start another pandemic, you reckon, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, and you can
Grizzly
see-
Adams or Grizzly Ray. I can't remember his last name now. His nickname was Grizzly, but I'm kidding. His shirt signed by Mark.
Yeah, we just saw the video of that moments ago, and you can see Nick on the left there taking said video.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Actually
it's
taking the video.
Yeah, so it's the making of. This could be part of the documentary series.
This is the behind the scenes.
Right.
Behind the
Picture taker
scenes of
taking
PennFest
pictures.
2000. Oh, and that's more of the signing.
And Ray Watts there, I think, is his name in the
We
bending
didn't
over for
actually
this.
see the signing in the video, right?
It was, yeah, you did. Oh, not the actual signature, no.
No.
You saw this part here, where he's bending over for the soap.
All right, next slide.
Quick.
Quick.
There's one way to get that guy to come
Oh, that's
out
right.
of-
You guys had a video. Sorry, go ahead, Ron.
I say it was one way to get him to come out of his shell is have him send an autograph, you know. He's awful shy.
Who, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was always kind of shy.
He was a good speaker, though. He had a natural.
Oh yeah.
I forgot here too. On the middle, you had a video of some of the premier CoCo games
Yeah.
and stuff continuously running on a.
So there was a
cassette-
video
cassette
with a
tape or
whole
something.
pile of games. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Did you
why I brought
say-
my VCR.
Did
Yeah,
he pass
yeah.
away?
What's that?
Did he pass away or one of the three?
Yeah, Todd. Is it Todd Earls is the one that passed away quite a while ago? I think it was Alan would know. James actually might know in the chat too because they worked, at both at Microware. So I'll let him catch up once the stream catches up there.
It's funny. He said he didn't even have a CoCo.
Well, they rolled OS9 for so many different systems. I mean,
Yeah, he
you know.
did say he had a lot of OS9 boxes. So.
I remember that time he probably had more OSK and OS 9000 boxes, to be honest. Brother Jeremy in the level 2 version 3 upgrade.
There was a song for Kevin Darling that was sung
I
at
do
that
have
show
that,
also.
yeah.
Of course you
Yep.
have that.
Of course.
Of course you do.
And Brother Jeremy's played it at CoCo Fest Chicago numerous times too.
Yeah.
And I
Oh,
think PennFest 2000 was the first time that Brother Jeremy sang that song to Kevin
Yeah.
Darling direct.
Oh, personally.
And Kevin, if you were there, you knew he was teary eyed. He was touched after hearing the song.
There's another look at the
the,
Australian auction or
That's right, the
raffle,
raffle.
rather. I got it
Aussie
wrong the second
raffle.
time too. Raffle, yes, raffle.
Yeah, James is confirming it was Todd that passed away from the Three Amigos.
Okay.
So Harris must be still alive, and then Hawkins.
Oh, and there's the Cocoa Nuts book, which I have mine. Mine's around here somewhere.
Yeah, mine's back in the shelf.
Somewheres. It looks like the view from behind my table again.
Is there really anything back then that you could have that you can't have now? Do you know?
Oh,
Is there
you
anything?
could have your cake and eat it too back then. I don't know about now. I think the cake's all gone now, Ron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta get some more.
Would you say it's getting harder to find CoCos in their boxes or MPIs or?
Yeah, but on the other end, we've got replacement hardware better than we had back in 2000. So
Oh yeah. Well,
there's no SDC or anything like that back then. You were relying on real floppy and real hard drives.
I swear the SDC is it was the game changer. When I got back into doing CoCo stuff, I was like going, first thing I bought was Popstar Pilot. I said, Nick Marentes is selling something. I want it. And then I saw the SDC. I'm like, oh, that's a must have. And then, especially with the archive, like, this makes things so much easier.
Yeah.
Done.
It is, yeah, big.
Yeah. When I had the SDC in my hand and I was looking at my pile of floppies, I was thinking to myself, oh my God. There was so many.
That was a game changer. I think that's what really brought the CoCo back to the point where the community is expanding again instead of shrinking.
That Brother Jeremy playing Stairway to Heaven.
I don't know.
He
the
played a
cakes
lot
were
of
still-
stuff. So
Yeah, the cakes were still in the boxes. So
yeah.
let's see, what else do we have here? Oh, we have
I think that's Kevin and Mark reacting to Brother Jeremy singing.
that's that sure looks like the reaction.
It is the KD song.
So Jeremy was everybody's brother, huh?
Yeah.
I believe that might be Mr. Linville there again. It was so long ago. It really seems like a lifetime ago. Okay, There's a better shot of my table, and I still have that card sign that's on top of that CMA. I still have that. I bring that to CoCo Fest. It usually falls over, but I bring it. But that I made that on like a color laser printer around that time. I think I must have been working somewhere that had a color laser printer.
I like the fact that the table next to you has how many CoCos for sale there in boxes?
Look at boxes too.
I bought as many as I could.
Yeah, I thought that was Ron down there. Yeah.
When I had a decent amount of hair.
And is that joysticks behind you? That big tall stack of boxes?
I did have a bunch of stuff there. You see, what happened is I opened up a store. I started my own computer shop. Okay, back in I think it was 97, 98, somewhere in there is when I started up my own computer shop. So I thought, well, I got to bring something. So I brought that, and I figured, hey, CoCo people could probably use some of this stuff. You know what I mean?
Were you building PCs or what?
Yeah, that's what my shop was for, was building and repairing computers. That's what I did. So I got in a wonderful world of Windows, you know what I mean? I stayed there.
Big money there.
Until my business got robbed and I closed it down. And then the next year I had a heart attack. So I said, that's it, you know, and closed it down. So,
do you remember what chips you were probably using in the PCs back then? Were you into the Pentium 2s yet or anything? Or
it would have been, back then,
Oh, back then they had 286s, 386s, and I think the start of 486s. Or maybe we already had the 486s. I don't know. But
I think the Pentiums were out by then.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I think the cool computers run local bus and stuff. So yeah, lots.
I think this is around like the Pentium 2s were coming. I think I was working at a computer shop around this era, or maybe right
That
before
sounds right.
this. But my chip of choice still is a Dorito. But that's me.
I basically got out of Windows. I found something that's real close to OS9, and that was Linux. So that's when I got introduced into Linux. And shortly before I closed my business down, I was telling all my customers to get that. Get them off of Windows.
There's quite a few people in the CoCo community that went that same direction.
Yeah.
The bad part about Linux back in the day was the command line stuff. So if you were used to a GUI like Windows, and then you went to Linux was you couldn't put programs in easy. It was hard. So
yeah. Well, I use Ubuntu. I've been using Ubuntu for a long time, and it does give you the GUI that's close to Windows.
Yeah.
In the old days, it wasn't complete. If someone set it up for you, it worked really nice.
Yeah.
But if you
Large
had
learning
to
curve.
install your own program or something in 2000, no, it's not happening.
There was a lot of fiddling, and I probably lost some hair over it at one point. I would go back and forth and just kind of get frustrated. And it was like one of those things like, well, I'm having a problem with this. Well, you shouldn't have that problem. Like, and that just kind of
just recompile the kernel. You just got to modify the source code. That's all.
I need more tape for my glasses.
And then you go and turn on your CoCo, and it comes right on.
Yep.
And you have your discs sitting there, and you can put them in, and you know what you're doing.
Ease of use.
I'll tell you what, it was outstanding. I was saying so much that I was willing to get it repacked.
Yeah, I did it.
I have the shell that looks like, oh, there's a modern day computer, and it's a CoCo.
Yeah, that's what my TC9 basically was too, because it was all in a mini tower case and a PC-AT keyboard and a serial mouse and all that.
Same thing.
I remember Steve Bjork talking about he had a lot of his CoCo stuff he had in storage got stolen because, and one of them was his repack because someone probably just thought it was a PC and just like yoink and
yeah, because all of his source code for all of his games was on that thing.
Right. Yeah, that's
And
the
he got
sad
stole
part.
out of his store, and yeah.
Wow. That's a heck of a loss.
Yeah. Oh, there's the other angle of my table. I don't.
He had a good sized table then.
I think I had one table, but the person next to me didn't show up, so I just kind of it just slowly creeped out to the other. If I remember correctly, again, it's literally the title of this in my blog is Fuzzy Memories, because there's a lot of this, we're talking about it starting to come back to me. But if I would just try to sit down and think about it, I don't remember a lot of this.
Hey,
It was a celebration.
I must say I don't see any MC10 there.
You know what? I didn't have an MC10 back then. I had seen one at a ham fest at one point, and someone said, "Don't buy that. It's not good." I didn't get an MC10 until a few years ago when I drove to Columbus, Ohio to pick up a bunch of stuff, and that was one of the things that was in there. That's when I got my MC10. But before then, I had seen them a few times. And it was one of those, you don't want this. So,
Ron, did you ever buy one?
Buy one what?
MC10.
MC10.
Yeah.
The micro color
I'd say
computer.
that's a no. I'd say that's a no.
I would say.
One of these.
No.
No.
I didn't buy any of those.
Well, you knew about them, right?
Huh?
You knew about them, right?
No, I don't think I did.
You don't think you did?
Basically, the way I can sum up the MC10, and others have said the same, is the MC10 was Radio Shack's answer to the Timex Sinclair, like a year or so too late.
Yeah.
So they didn't stick around very long.
Yeah.
Yeah, 83, 84 is basically the only time it was sold by Tandy.
And then there was a period of time where it was considered a door holding open device. And now
but we've
much
moved
software.
on.
Yeah.
We've moved on from that.
Yeah, it's had a bit of a renaissance, just like the CoCo has. So
we had a whole program here. I don't remember what episode it was. We had an MC10 special where we had a lot of MC10 experts come on, and it was they all had a good sense of humor about some of the old jokes, but they were doing a lot of amazing things with that piece of hardware.
Yeah,
that was actually my first one.
Yeah, I was putting my
What's
money.
the name of the guy in the doorway there? I forget his name. Yeah.
I
don't remember either.
I don't know. It's an orange shirt, but it's not David Ladd.
Security.
He had a badge. I can see the yellow badge, but
can't quite zoom in on it.
I can't. No, it would. Yeah, there's no. We'll see if there's another picture of him somewhere here.
Maybe it's somebody from the bride.
No, he has. It looks like he has a PennFest badge. I don't know who that is either.
Yeah. No,
we need a better picture because you can't really see his face. Yeah. So
yeah.
The only way I'd let him in is if.
Oh, who's this?
Who's this guy?
Yeah, we had to shoot him
skip
out
over
of the
that
room.
picture. We've seen him 100 times.
Crikey. Oh, that's Nick again, and there's the orange shirt guy.
Yeah, they still can't see his badge.
Can't see him now. There's some type of.
Yeah, what are those?
Yeah, we had an afternoon tea or something.
Some type of glass or cup or something for beverages.
Yeah, it was I don't know if it was leftovers from the cake or it was coffee. It was
probably
Curtis's favorite thing. Yeah.
So
there'd be a lot more of it. It was for me.
Well, that's right.
There wasn't any mascot at the show, huh? Like the cat or anything.
No.
I think Nick was the mascot.
Yeah, Nick was
the kangaroo. That's right.
Crikey, I'm from Australia. Do you remember that donut game?
Nick the koala bear. That's
that's it. And looks like you were
autographing
something.
The DigiScan manual.
Okay. Oh, and you're videotaping it.
At the same time, he's videotaping himself signing something.
I was videotaping, and Ron asked me to sign the book. I said, "Okay, I'll try to do. Multitask."
Yeah.
So when did the DigiScan come out?
Around 2000 and 90. Yeah, no.
Rascan came out in the early 90s, late 80s because I had one of
it was
those.
early 90s. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, because when it first came
92.
out, a guy in our club got one, and he demoed it at his house in the basement, and we all stood around and watched it work. It was pretty interesting.
That's a unit there on the table, the black thing.
Yeah, it's a lot smaller than the old Rascan, which was a more of a beige box.
Yeah.
Coco Living in the chat's asking, are all these pictures on the Color Computer Archive? And no, I don't think they are. Alan Huffman's got some on his site. Jason obviously has some on his site as well. And then Nick has some of his private collection. I don't think you have too many PennFest pictures on your site, do you, Nick? You maybe have one
I've got
or two.
the PennFest report, and it has small versions of pictures in the report.
Yeah, and I'll go through Alan's here because Alan's got a few pictures I don't think Jason has. So
yeah, I think
I've got a couple as well. We could just quickly shoot through those.
Yeah, that looks like an auction picture, and
yeah,
yeah, I think it's there's a. I guess that's a repack of some type.
yeah, it almost looks like Frank Swaggert's. He had his portable Coco he used to bring to the Chicago Fest, but I don't know if that's this
K-Pro
one.
2 case.
Yeah, it does look like a Caprio one. Yeah,
Yep,
it's kind of fuzzy.
Yeah,
Put
it's
to
blue.
better use.
Exactly.
Look at all those Coco 3s just sitting in boxes, probably selling for like $20 to $50.
I know. I just remember this. I think this was the one that had the auction that what was it? The CCR 83s just kept coming and coming and coming, all like new in the box. Or was it 82? Whatever.
And now a Coco 3 on eBay is what, $400 or $500?
Yeah. Don't think it's quite
Insane.
that much, but in the box, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Is that
Brian
KTV a
Cheever.
monitor?
I think it was like a 12-inch like portable television.
Oh,
I think.
But it worked on the Coco.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they sure don't make shirts like that anymore, do they?
No.
Goodwill.
Salvation Army.
Oh.
Here.
And this is a Coco 2 that I got at the auction that has a homebrew composite mod.
Uh-huh.
And I looked at that and I'm like, wait a minute, I own that. I have that. I think I've actually had it at some of the shows, but there's the orange shirt guy again. But if anybody knows who the orange shirt guy is, go
I
ahead.
think
and
Alan's got
comment
a
in the
zoom up
chat.
picture of him, so I'll see if I can find that when we quickly go through his.
Yeah, this just looks like more of the auction.
yeah. I will just skim through them.
Yeah,
I
we'll
guess.
just skim through these. Yeah, there's some more auction goodness and Sockmaster right up front there.
There's a baby sock.
Yep. There's Ron. And there's
Did they call those females?
and I
I gotta
forget
go,
this
guys.
fella's name here, but next to Carl, but I know he had actually come to some of the CoCo Fest, but we
Yeah,
did get
George.
word here a while back that he had passed
George.
away.
George.
Yeah, it's George.
Passed away.
I gotta go, guys. This has been great fun. I'm gonna watch.
All right. See you, Mr.
Okay, see you, Ron.
Delvaux.
Hey, Ron.
Hey.
No bull.
Righty, you take care.
Nice to know you.
There's the
That's
Rascan
the
again.
Digiscan, I think the second version, isn't it?
Oh.
Or is that still called Rascan? I know you changed the name of it at one point.
Digiscan. It's a Digiscan. Yeah.
Okay.
I think
And,
it sold for 200, didn't it?
80. I thought. No, it was.
I'd have to take a look. You advertised it, or they advertised in Rainbow from Game Point originally, so I'd have to go find their ads.
yeah, yeah. But I think the auction went for $80.
yeah, and there's is that Alan bidding on things, I'm sure. Bidding things up.
Yep.
Yep. And I don't know what he had. I don't think that's a Jolt Cola though. I don't know what that
Go
is.
to Coke, I think.
Maybe it might have been.
Might have finished them off already.
I don't think they make shirts like that either anymore, Nick.
No. Oh, they don't?
Oh, I think you've cornered the market on them now. Maybe
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's like the Hawaiian shirts that Ken wears.
Oh yeah, see there's Ron and Nick. Is this where he's acting like he's not taking a bribe there? I see some currency.
I think that was giving the money to Nick to send him back home.
Oh, this is
Yeah, go home. Get out of here.
You mean they didn't want to keep him?
I must have been buying something. I don't know.
Hey,
That's
I have
the way
no
I
idea.
was.
I'm just
Buying
kidding. It's
something.
totally out of context. I don't remember either. And obviously there's probably no video of it because
Because Nick would be
Nick,
filming it. Oh, unless Alan got it.
I'll
Because he
be
filmed
filming
some.
it.
Yeah. I think it's some more
Bunch of
looks like
rainbows?
some rainbows there, and there's the orange shirt guy again. It's just the second day of it. Just and there's oh, and then I just have the show guide and everything here that I had I had scanned, and but I think this is all on cocoman.org where my stuff is here. So I'll go ahead and stop sharing and
Okay, Nick, you said you have some more
Yeah.
pictures. So I'll let you do yours first,
Yeah.
then I'll go through some of Alan's.
I'll do
Anything
mine
that looks
really
like
quick.
we haven't
I've
seen.
only got a few. Hang on, where are they? That one. Share and enlarge. Maybe. Hang on.
Yep, we see it.
Enhance.
Yep, I just gotta remember how to enlarge. Wait a minute.
I'm going to guess this picture was not generated on the CoCo.
No.
Is that coming? No, it wasn't. So that's the banner. And it's sort of reflective of the rainbow, obviously, the rainbow in the background. PennFest 2000, 1980 to 2000. So the big birthday bash.
Yep. I noticed you even spelled color computer with the American spelling.
Well, that's what's on the CoCo. So
for once you spelled it
was a
correctly.
Nick, I don't think
So
you're
we
going to get a break.
We give anyone a hard time that spells color with a U. It's just kind of a rule, I think.
this is when we're setting up the room, everyone was getting up on ladders and setting up the streamers and inflating balloons and setting up their tables. So everyone got together, and yeah, it was a pretty.
Yeah, I conveniently flew in too late for this. So it was all done by the time I got there. So
yeah.
You actually flew to a show and you didn't drive like 2 days?
No, I flew to the first few Rainbow Fest too. It just that if I was hauling too much stuff, it was just too expensive to haul it by a plane.
Oh, I just thought you were maybe like Mr. T and you didn't like to fly, so that's why you always drove those crazy distances.
No, I fly to Boat Fest. That's too long of a drive.
There's
the PennFest. Yeah, there's the PennFest ROM modification. So you hit Control Alt Reset instead of getting the 3 Amigos. That's what you'd get.
Yeah. And then when you want 3 Amigas back in, you just pull that ROM out.
And that's Paul there, Ron?
That's Paul, yeah.
Paul.
Oh, cool. He's wearing a shirt for Jerry's Curb Service. I know exactly where that is. That's one of those old-fashioned like drive-in places where you they come up and take your food to the car. It's still there. I know exactly where that.
Like the old A&W drive-in type things.
That's how he got to looking like that.
I'm sure. And then on top of it, now there's an ice cream place right next door too. So yeah, I know exactly where that place is.
He underwent that gastric bypass stuff because he had a bypass in his heart, so he lost a lot of weight.
Like
that's me.
Yeah, there you are again.
Oh, them blue boxes are all speakers.
Oh, there's your company in there too, Bullco.
Yeah, right. That says is joysticks. You know, and there's CD racks. See, I didn't have a lot in my store that I could bring, but I brought some. And then, of course, I had a couple of CoCos that I bought just before coming there. That way I could have something there.
Here's a wide angle shot of the room. We can see Curtis's butt there.
Oh, thanks for pointing that out, Nick.
Was that necessary?
Curtis, you're not getting a break either, are you?
Nope.
There's Kurt.
And that's the end of the show.
There's Jason.
There you are.
And here's where we break the streak. I must have not been ready because I look like I have this. But yes, much more hair. A lot more hair.
Deer in the
than-
headlight. Deer in the headlight.
Headlight.
Jason, you actually look cool here.
Yeah, it didn't last. It was a phase.
You look so young.
Yeah, it was 23 years ago. I was much younger. I was probably
And a big collection of black beauties.
Yeah, black beauties. Yep, I think. Oh, geez, so
yeah,
I was probably I was in my 20s then, no doubt. You could, I'm saying you can change that now. I've seen enough.
We've seen.
Sam, you're a good-looking guy. What happened?
And there's Al Huffman.
Yep. Without his traditional robe from Hitchhikers with all the badges
Yeah,
and
with
stuff
all
you had from
the
Aries
badges,
Fest.
yeah.
And his bathrobe or his robe, yeah, with the towel.
Right.
Yeah, the
You
bathrobe.
know, there's
yeah.
a towel nearby. Right.
Yes, always have a towel.
There's a cake.
That's a better picture of the cake than I have. I don't know. My cake was all blurry.
Notice the only
Dang,
thing,
somebody unboxed it.
the only thing that was actually printed for the cake was the cocoa.
Yeah.
You can see it's
Everything else-
Yeah, everything else is on my hand because you can see the little stencil line outside of it, the edible icing thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hey, Jason.
Yes.
If it was if your image was blurry, maybe you should talk to CoCo Man about getting a one of those SCART cables.
There you go.
Good night, everybody.
Okay.
There's the two cakes side by side. The CM8 and its door.
I think it was just a product of a crappy 35 millimeter point and shoot camera I was using at the time. But it was an upgrade for me because I didn't have to crank it every picture. It had a battery.
Ooh.
That's Kevin and Mark, and they actually worked together a fair bit when they were doing the version 3 upgrade until Tandy canceled the CoCo at the last minute.
They were so hard to get to come to the fest.
Who's that guy in the red shirt there? That's not the same red shirt guy we were
No,
talking
no,
about
it's
earlier.
another guy. Yeah,
I'm
Yeah,
trying to remember
another
his
red
name.
shirt guy.
That's more red. I think the other one was more orange. And yeah,
Yeah.
He heard there was cake, so he came in.
yeah, he was just there for the cake.
Well, that was my
Sorry,
main
we don't
reason for
remember
going.
who you are.
And he looks happy too.
That's the.
I'd be happy too if I had some cake right now.
Yeah, me
That's
the
the round
round
table.
Why
table.
did no one send over any cake?
The round table on the square table.
There's Cashman in the background.
Yep. It was changing all the time. There's all different games.
Now you even see some of the ads are like there's Pooh Yan in the upper right there, and
Yep. you
Coco
can see
Max and Sailor Man.
Yeah, I picked all the really nice full page ads. Well, a buzzard bait in the top left there. Yeah, just to showcase the CoCo. There's everything but the CoCo eaten. No one wanted to eat the CoCo itself.
Yeah.
It survived till the last bite.
And then Sock got to eat it.
Sockmaster well, he was thinking about it. Do I or do I not? And Baby Sock.
Yeah.
Wearing a PennFest t-shirt.
Yeah.
Which, if I recall, I had that one specially made up because I printed all the t-shirts here in Australia, and I put them all in. I think I had a box, and I had them in a box, and I shipped them with me. But there was one special one I made for Baby Sock because it had to be smaller than all the rest, of course. And there it is, PennFest 2000 t-shirt.
Baby Sock, do 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 do.
Nobody
there's
wants
Ron.
to hear that song anymore.
There's
Brian.
That's
Brian
okay.
Shoebring.
Brian Shoebring. yeah.
Sure is. Yeah, that's like the rest of us. We all had more hair then.
Yeah.
And better organized.
And all black.
Yeah. Not gray.
Oh yeah.
I'm keeping my head above the thing here so that way it doesn't shine.
I'll just be right up here.
That way they don't see.
Three Stooges.
Oh, look at these guys.
Now that's the next CoCo 3 Control Reset ROM image right there.
Oh my God! Yes, yes. David Ladd, make this happen.
Oh no! Quick, change the picture.
I'd buy that for $1.
Someone said David Ladd. Look, they all left.
Wait. I heard my name. What am I supposed to be working on?
Okay, go back one, Nick.
And
No,
that's
go
the
back
last
one,
pic-
Nick.
Go back.
You got to show David what he's
Oh,
got to
you wanna
build a
see
ROM
it?
of.
Yeah, this needs to be.
Oops.
You need to put this on a custom ROM for the alt control reset.
That's right. Gonna have to talk to Paul Zabale about it. He's got some more empty proms.
Okay, well, I'm going to need an actual photo. So,
too bad.
send it to me.
Yeah, you can send him a photo.
The photo's right here. What are you talking about? Just screenshot it.
No, just send me the photo and we'll see what we can do.
I just say that because I know David did that recently because he was showing it off at CoCo Fest. You have one with a QR code on your CoCo.
Yes, and a photo of me, which scared people away.
Ooh, yeah, that's
okay. And I've got a few photos here from Alan's site I was going to show too, because there's a few I saw that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah. Again, there's lots of photos.
I know. It was the most photographed and videoed fest.
So what is this from? Because this I didn't see on the other ones, and this looks like a whole
This is the
separate
front,
This
as you go into the room, and that was made by yeah. Is that who made that? Was that Paul Zimbala, or was that the red shirt guy? Or did you do that?
I don't know where that came from.
Someone made it for us. Yeah.
I don't even remember seeing it, so I have no idea.
He was outside.
Yeah, they
as you
used
came
it,
in.
When you come in and sign in.
Sign in, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was for.
I like the structural water glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a load-bearing water glass.
It worked.
Yes.
I was trying to see if I could find some other ones here. There's a zoom up of Nick's raffle
Yeah,
stuff.
the Aussie raffle.
How to be normal in Australia. That's got to be the thinnest book in the world.
Not to read that.
Do you remember who even won all those?
I do have them. Yeah, somewhere I've got a listing of it. Yeah.
Oh, geez. I won the biscuits. That's all I know. We call them cookies. I'm like, these aren't biscuits. These are cookies.
There's the badges, the yellow badges that we were talking about earlier, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think I have my badge anymore.
I don't think I have mine either.
I think it's been lost to history. Or it's in a bottom of a box somewhere that I haven't found yet.
I think Nick had just as good
Virgin
qualities as
cake.
those.
Now, see, I really want cake. What? I have an hankering for cake.
Here's me
now.
trying to sneak in to get 2 cakes at once. I want one of each. And here's Nick being a photo bug.
That's it.
And there was me trying to play guitar.
And he's still trying.
Yeah, I'm still trying. I'm getting worse every year, is basically what I've been told. Brother Jeremy?
I don't know. When I put that video up you playing, I got some copyright strikes, so you must be doing something partway right.
Close, yeah.
Let's see here. Oh, yeah, Kevin and Brother Jeremy talking about the level 2 version 3 upgrade and demonstrating it.
Do you want to see that video after this? It's just the song.
Let's see part of it.
Just to close off the PennFest bit.
I think I see the orange shirt guy sitting. I don't know, maybe not.
That's a different orange shirt.
Not him, no.
Oh yeah, I remember going to Eaton Park. That's still there. We went to Eaton. The building's still there, but it's not a Holiday Inn anymore. Oh,
there's close-ups of those banners.
Ooh.
Yeah. So Game Point was where you sold your stuff here in North America, actually.
Yeah.
And Steve York sold his post Radio Shack stuff. CoCo Max 3, Color Max 3.
I'm gonna have to go over to Alan's site and look at some of this stuff.
Sailor Man, Donkey King, the original 1982 ad.
Yep.
There's Space Gun, and then marked that as 4 graphical adventure games. Some Radio Shack ads for Dynacalc, etc.
Flex ads.
Zaxxon and Zach Sund.
Zach Sund.
Yeah, Charles Roseland and Steve Bjork, authors of those 2. Yeah. And then Lyra Lear, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. First real MIDI software I think we had. And then Telewriter 64, which was the word processor I used in my CoCo 1.
I think it's Lyra.
I really keep pushing Telewriter 64 for the game of the week, but it just hasn't happened.
Because
Oh, here's your display of Cocos here too with the
Yeah, here
ads
they are.
from the time period. So there's Coco 1 with the badge to the left, so that's a D or
On
E
the left,
board
yep.
by the Isaac Asimov. And the F board ones with the white plastic underneath instead of the black, with cheaper prices. And there's Ultimuse 3 with Brian Shivering. Yep.
What a banner.
It was
So
good.
That
Gotta give you
fitted-
credit there.
That was in my suitcase. So it was collapsible, and I still have it.
All right. That'll be worth
We-
some money at an auction.
There's Mr. Binary, apparently. I can't remember who that was the real name. Now, was this Alan? I can't remember who did this. It came from
Alan,
Fort
I
Worth. The
think,
biggest
yeah.
name of the computer presents CoCo, the machine that wouldn't die.
I think that was Alan, because at the point he was spelling software WEAR and was bringing like T-shirts.
Yeah.
Instead of actual computer software.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I should have got one of those and I didn't. Stupid me. And here's Nick playing Gatecrasher.
What is
And
this
this
dumb game?
This is right at the end here where you're taking on Bill Gates too.
Oh yeah, this too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because I think you showed us there was a
cheat code.
cheat code to get to that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can just
there he
see
is.
Bill Gates.
And terminated.
Notice that CM8 has a monitor door.
Yeah, the door is down though, so it
Gracefully open, yes.
Yeah. That's
So
what
if you've
happened.
never seen Gatecrasher being won, that's actually what you get when you win the game.
I think it's the only time I've ever seen it being won.
Was it at the beginning here? I was going to see if I could find that other red shirt guy.
I'm gonna have to go through all these and look for the orange shirt guy at some point.
Or sorry, yeah, that's what I meant there. Oh, I don't see any separate pictures of him.
He was in
Bob
the very first. Is he there?
I was trying to see if he was at the restaurant there, but I don't
Yeah,
think he
I
was.
don't see him there either.
Down at Eaton
No.
Park.
He was
That's
in
still
the
there, too.
auction video I played at the very beginning.
Okay.
But this supposed to have been funny watching a bunch of nerds, wandering over for dinner.
Oh yeah, this is across the street. I
Blocking
think.
traffic.
That looks like a screen grab, but there's video of that.
Alan might have it. It's all his stuff.
Yeah.
All right, there's another snapper run at the restaurant.
Yeah.
And that's
Paul.
Paul right next to you there.
Yeah, it looks like old school Bob Evans there.
Yeah, I think we did go to Bob Evans, didn't we? Wasn't that just nearby?
I think it was like just across the street. I think it still might be.
Oops, hang on.
Oh, you found something?
Okay.
I'm glad we hung on for that.
Yes, I'm trying to find the red shirt guy in the video. You might pick him up when I play the video again, just at the very start.
Okay.
Okay. And here's Jeremy Spiller playing his own game, Xenix. On a black booty yet. No, that was a great show. I mean, everything was so professionally well done, and you guys went all out with cakes and banners and video cassette players, playing games in the background, ads. So it was the slickest show I'd been to since Rainbow Fest itself. And I think even to this date, it's probably the fanciest of the CoCo Fest I've seen.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm sure Nick does too.
I really want to spearhead this thing of having cake at these shows from now on.
Well, I do bring you guys chocolate bars, but I charge you for them. So
Allegedly.
when they make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother story.
Yeah. So Nick, you said you got one last video you wanted to show?
Yeah. I'll just quickly put that on then. Well, just the start of it, so we can pick out who this guy in the red shirt was. Okay. Is it coming up?
Yeah.
And we see it.
All right.
66. I have the cutoff though.
Now,
Listen,
I still see him, but
he's in the corner there. He's in the corner there No.
You're gonna play with
Now, if that's his booth, I got the map here, maybe.
Hey, I take credit cards. I got the old one. I take credit cards, okay? What are we up to? $60.
Oh,
him.
Yeah, I can't read what it says.
Alan did.
Where's the map?
Alan said. You're saying 60 is your cutoff, or you got more to go? Oh, he has a cutoff.
Was it when it was sold?
To the show notes.
Yeah, see, I have the program guide here. Let's see here if I can find it.
It was 120, I think, back then.
David Petrias.
At least 120, right?
I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but it's David Petrias according to the map.
Is that what you said?
This model.
He said 60. That's
So
did
you say
60 is your cutoff, or you
No, I didn't say that. Door open good.
Yeah, my scan's kind of blurry, but yeah, I think it. Name doesn't ring a bell, but that doesn't say much.
I did. The name definitely rings a bell with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Let's see what.
It's 9.
I'm just going to see if I can find his. Yeah, David and Susan Petrias. Let me just share this. This is from the guide.
It's a very good. David has a very bad habit. He comes to these fests with a van loaded of CoCo goodies, sells a ton of them at the show, yet goes home again loaded with a loaded van.
That'd be him,
There you go.
David and Susan
right
Petrias.
Right.
I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm probably not, but
Right.
Yep, there it is.
he also had Dennis Kitz's Learning the 6809 cassette based machine language learning course there, according to this. But he used to show up at the CoCo Fest in Chicago too.
Yep. Yep.
And there's CoCo Man. I think it's probably the first appearance of CoCo Man in print.
It probably is. That's probably my first show, and that's like why do you use it? I said it's branding, and it's been branding since like 2000. Well before this, because I used that in the old BBS days, and just kind of gone on from there. But yeah, it's now it's branding.
Little did you know that you'd be selling us. Little did you know you'd be selling Australian animals.
Yeah,
I know Australian inspired products made in the USA. CoComan.biz.
Anyway, that was a great trip down memory lane. Did you want to say what you're doing these days, Ron? Or you're retired and moved, I think. You're not even in Pennsylvania anymore, right?
Yeah, no, I'm no longer in Pennsylvania. I retired and I moved down here to North Carolina. It's the name of the town is called Washington. Okay, I live outside the town, but it's Washington, North Carolina. If you follow the sound into the Pamlico River and it goes into the Tar River, okay, that's where I'm located.
Now, have you kept up at all with the CoCo community, or you kind of retired from that too? Have you kept up with the CoCo community at all since you retired from work?
No, since I had my heart attack, I kind of fell to the wayside, and then kind of was about a year later, 2 years later, Paul got a hold of me, okay, and then we started talking again, and so it reminded me of some of this. When you have a heart attack, you do forget memory, and so I did anyway, and so but I try, if anybody gets in touch with me, I try and keep in touch.
Well, feel free to pop on the show anytime you want, or even just watch it. I mean, you can pop in the chat if you want, or you can pop on as a guest panelist if there's something interesting to discuss. There's some other interview, like we got a lot of interviews coming up. We'll be covering after the break here. But
now that I see what you're doing, yeah, I don't have a problem with it. It comes up fine on my Linux machine, so I'm not having any problems. And yeah, I had a great time, and. Like I said, and I think it came out too a little bit, that the success of that particular show was a combined effort, not only with Nick, but as you could even see, even the people in the audience, people got up and helped string the balloons and the crepe paper, and everybody helped to make that show as successful as it was. And yeah, it puts a lump in my throat, but it was the camaraderie is always there. I hear it today, even on this chat. So yeah, I'll be keeping on here every so often, just to have some fun.
Yeah, and then bring Paul over.
Yeah.
We'll have to get the Skype or the Zoom stuff fixed there, because I'd love to have him on and have both of you on the same time, since you guys are good friends. So
yeah. So
and we might even let Nick in for that. Who knows?
He's coming down here at the end of the month, and he's visiting his daughter in South Carolina at Myrtle Beach, and then he's going to stop in here and stay a couple of days in here before he heads up. So that's cool.
Yeah, if you guys can pop on, just feel free. You're welcome anytime. You've got the connection thing for the Zoom call now, so anytime you want to pop by.
And you're more than welcome to, since this is episode 316, you only have 315 regular episodes to catch up.
Indeed.
I warn you, some of them go up to 6 hours long. Just
Yeah, and then there's some special episodes and some night episode. But if you just stick with the stream, it's 315. You have to make a little bit of makeup homework.
Something to keep.
No, I actually wouldn't see. I don't suggest subjecting yourself to that.
Yeah, some of the interviews I think are worth it. Like you'd recognize some of the names and probably some of the people too. Some of them were exhibitors at PennFest, so some of those interviews you might like to check into. But yeah,
we should come up with like a kind of like an interview playlist.
Yeah.
There's one on Steve's original site here, but we got to make an amalgamated one that has all the interviews, because some of the interviews we did were even before the show started.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Because there was the fellow who did Donkey King and Sailor Man.
Chris Latham.
Yeah. Chris Latham. That was before that was separate from the show, but that's a great interview there.
I think Rick Adams and Dale Lear we both did before the show officially started too, if I remember correctly.
So.
The Image Producers, that's another one.
I think so. I didn't pop until episode 36. So.
And did you watch all 35 previous ones?
I listened to them, but they were a lot shorter then. It's grown.
Well, the community's grown. I mean, when I started coming back to CoCo Fest in 2016 or whatever it was, there was like 60, 70 people showing up. Now we're getting 130 plus several years in a row.
Absolutely. It has grown, and that's great. It's awesome. It's a must do every year for me now. And I try to bring my brother along when he can.
Ron, is that something you would consider coming out to Chicago sometime?
I don't know. I live day by day. I really don't know. My health.
Well, just to put it in your head, if you're up to it and finances are good and you're good enough to travel, the next one in Chicago is in the first week of May. If Grant's still on the call, he can verify that because he's the organizer.
It's during May 4th. I know it's that weekend.
Well, if you look up on the screen there, May 3rd to 5th.
Okay.
There you go.
Right above the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to
look. So just putting out the invite for you. If you can make it, great. If you can't, I understand. But I would love to have you back at a show.
I'll certainly be on more often.
Cool.
That was fun.
Well, I do have a question for you, Ron, since we still have you here. It looks like you're in the laundry room there.
Yes.
What's your favorite brand of fabric softener?
The in-depth questions.
Asking the tough questions.
This sounds like a Ron Delvaux question, Jason. That's what it sounds like.
No, that would be about WeFax.
Downy. Yeah.
Downy. Okay, that's my brand. All right.
The only room in the house that my wife would allow me to have a computer set up in. You know what I mean? What used to be the folding table is where I have my computer.
There you go.
So, plus the door goes shut and she don't hear me as well. You know.
At least you're not in there during the spin cycle.
Right. That's right. We don't run the machine.
Well, before we let you go, Ron, I just wanted to go around the panel on the show itself here, see if anybody else has any last questions. And because there's a delay in the chat of like 20, 30 seconds, if anybody in the chat has any final questions for Ron as well, you can pipe those up as well as, and we'll read them out to Ron here. But I wanted to thank you so much for not only being our guest today, but also for putting on the PennFest, especially PennFest 2000, because that was one of the highlights of my attending anything from Rainbow Fest to CoCo Fest to whatever. You know, that was a big one.
I'm glad we could have made it enjoyable.
Unfortunately, I had to meet Nick there. That was the only downside. But,
I enjoyed it. Like I said, my first CoCo event was '99, and then he had to be a vendor at 2000. And I mean, really, glad to see you were able to join us. When I saw that you were there for an interview, I was like, great, because people had asked. I said, I have no idea what happened, but I'm glad you were able to make it. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was. I think my heart attack I had was in 2011, and they put 3 stents in, and that's why I said I got the heck out of there and closed the shop down. And now I went out for a couple of cruises on the boat, out on deep sea fishing. Had fun doing that. So, and I'm done helping. All my relatives decided to move down here with me, and so I've been busy building. I've been building what do you call it? Screened-in porches for them. Okay, yeah. So that's all done now. So now I'm going to start enjoying. And Diane's retired now, and so we decided we're going to go on day trips. So that's what we'll do.
There you go. Awesome.
Enjoy life while you can.
Yeah, that's why we go to CoCo Fest.
Yep.
So as a vendor back in the late 90s, I know Ron was one of the guys who bought things that he didn't necessarily need to keep us little vendors going. So thank you, sir.
You're quite welcome.
That.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, James Jones had really nice words for you about organizing the PennFests on Facebook. He posted about that. So big thank you from James and on behalf of myself and everybody else too.
And thank you for giving me the opportunity to help with the PennFest 2000 and bringing me over and subjecting all those Americans to me.
Yeah. And a special thanks for on behalf of Nick for sending him back home.
Yeah,
I think it's a thank you from all of us for sending him back to Australia.
And in case you haven't kept up with that part of the CoCo community, Nick is still cranking out games. He's that was the last one you released. It was Jumpin' Joey.
Jumping Joey, and I do have a new one in the pipeline, which I can show later on the game news or whatever.
Cool.
Yeah.
Detroit 3.
Yeah, we'll see that. We'll see that in hour 7 of the show, I do believe.
I got a comment from Alan Murphy in the chat here for you. It says, enjoy life while you can. Ron, no bull. He puts in quotes bull. That's why we're here still enjoying.
That's it. If I didn't enjoy this, I wouldn't do it.
That's right.
Yeah. So thanks for being our special guest. You're welcome to hang around on the show if you want to watch the rest of it, or you can just watch it and not have to actually be on it, or you can actually, preserve your sanity and go do normal life stuff.
you could go run a load of towels.
No. I made sure of that. But,
so Ron,
Curtis, if you come across the URL, you said that you could look up that stuff.
I can tell you the URL from when it was with Scott. Like I can't remember if you stayed on that one particular one the whole time. Let's see, bullsbarn.stg.net.
Oh, I was running it through his website then.
Yeah, same with mine. My CoCo Games page at the exact same time was on his site at that point.
Okay.
Before that, I think I was on the local free net, but that disappeared.
Anything? Did you find anything on there?
Well, I showed you the brief little bit there, but you can actually go through different time periods and see what your site looked like at different times over a couple of years, up to 2001, I think.
Wow.
If you go to the Wayback Machine, search that on Google, you'll find the Wayback Machine. You can type in that URL, and then you can click on the different calendar links for snapshots of your page from the time.
And that's
unfortunately a lot of the picture links and stuff break. They don't work, but you'll be able to see the text anyway.
And that's the Wayback Machine at archive.org.
Yep.
Correct. I posted the link earlier. I'll post it again.
Mark, you were about to say something too here, and then we kind of cut you off.
Yeah, I just had a question for Ron. It said, I just want to know if he thinks we're crazy. We're up to episode 316. We've basically been doing this like every weekend except for 2 or 3 for the last 6 years.
Wow. No, I don't think you're crazy.
Thank you.
You know we're crazy, yeah.
I like to have validation here.
It's what we call having fun,
You want validation, Mark. Okay. You're
do.
Good enough, you're smart enough, and doggone it, people like you.
And
Thank you.
And damn it, Jason wants cake.
I want cake. Yes, I mean, since we don't have the baked goods from Ms. Brain anymore, we need cake at CoCo Fest. Get on that, Grant.
Yeah.
You said you're
And
not-
by the way, go ahead, Ron. You first.
Jason, you said you're not far from Pittsburgh.
Nope, I'm just downriver in Ohio. Yep.
He
Just
works in Pittsburgh.
I actually work in Pittsburgh. In fact, I go past where PennFest was held when I go to my eye doctor.
Wow.
It's not a Holiday Inn anymore. It's I think a facility for Robert Morris University, but the building is still there. And I think the Denny's is gone, but the Bob Evans I think is still there too.
Well, you could slide north and stop in a Beaver, okay, at that bakery. And Paul lives in Beaver, okay.
Yep, I'm familiar with Beaver. Yep.
Right where the bakery is, and you'll have the same kind of cake.
Right there on the I know Beaver. I'll actually be up there. I'll be through there later this evening.
Wow.
Heading up to Beaver County to meet up, have some dinner with some friends. Yep.
Wow, cool. That's
Cool.
good.
And Nick Rennie's, I've got to get the best quote I've seen in the chat all day here. He's got a name for the new game you're working on, Newer Troid.
Newer Troid. And apparently, I do not have the munchies. I just really like cake there, CoCo Living in the chat. I don't know who is CoCo Living. I'm not sure.
CoCo Living was the guy that was in the same CoCo Club that Ron organized, one of those that we talked about at the beginning of the show. I'm trying to remember his name.
Okay.
Steve or something? Steve Powell.
Steve Powell,
Okay.
yeah. He was in the Air Force with me.
That's what it sounded like since he was in Clovis, New Mexico.
Yep.
Yep. Anyway, a big thank you once again to Ron. Big thank you to Nick and Jason for coming on and helping interview and bringing back some of the memories from PennFest, etc. I've also still got my PennFest 2000 DVD or CD. I can't even remember now, but I don't have a reader for it at the moment, so I can't look at it.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I have one of those. Is that?
I can't remember where I got this from, to be honest. I should actually take a look to see if there's any hidden stuff in there, but I'm not sure of.
Yeah, that might be the souvenir CD.
Oh, maybe I do
that I
have
made.
that. I think I might have that. I think I do have it. It has like the PennFest like etched on the actual CD itself.
Yeah.
Okay, I have that, and yeah, I can help you out with that, Curtis. But anyway.
Okay, we should actually bring one of those down to CoCo Fest in Chicago because a lot of people haven't seen, PennFest before. That has a lot of cool stuff in it.
Copies. Make copies.
Yeah, we have to send one to you because you lost all your stuff, Ron. So we'll have to send you a copy.
I think I literally have it backed up on my Google Drive or something. So we'll.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, now instead of a 35 gig hard drive, I have a 500 gig. So I have plenty of room for all them pictures.
There you go.
I still have optical drives, but then again, I still have floppy drives too.
Yeah, I got floppies, but I don't have any of my opticals work. Actually, I guess I have one laptop that might.
Wait, did someone say floppy drive? Did someone say floppy
Go back to
drive?
sleep, David.
It's okay, David. Go back to sleep.
Someone woke up, David.
Yeah, woke up, David. All right, this has been awesome though, but good stuff. Yeah, definitely got to come back on, Ron.
Yeah,
look.
You and Paul should come on as a duet when he's visiting you or something. You guys should both come on at the same time.
Yes.
Not a problem.
He can sit on top of the washing machine. Maybe is there enough room?
Get a massage from the spin cycle.
I'm not going to make a comment. I was about
I just
to. I'm
that's a
not.
good
I'm
thing,
just
David.
getting all kinds of
Go back to
mileage
sleep,
out of the
David.
laundry room. I can't help it. I've been.
Yeah.
Anyway, as I said, you're welcome to hang around for the rest of the show if you want, actually on the air if you want, and jump in on the stories, or you can listen to it, or have a normal life. Your choice is yours.
I'm gonna go get me something to eat now. I'll come back again. When you're gonna be on every week?
We are every week starting at 2 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays. Yeah.
2 p.m. Eastern Saturdays. Okay, got it.
And you can watch us on Twitch,
Saturdays.
Facebook, or YouTube.
And you can watch us later on Twitch or YouTube.
Yep.
Always on that there other one that I just was introduced to. What's it called?
CoCo Crew, maybe, or
Discord.
Oh, Discord. Yeah.
See, I never used it before I got a hold of you.
There's lots of discussions on there. If you want to really keep up with us on the community on a daily basis or hourly basis versus a weekly one like our show, then that's the place to be.
Well, I like the fact that if you send something, they get it. You know what I mean? It's a
Yep. And you can send pictures, videos, source code, disk images, whatever. Yeah. We'll have to get you going on the emulators again here. You can itch your OS9 itch, or you can scratch your OS9 itch there because you can just fire up an emulator and run the Nitrous 9 or OS9 or whatever.
Yeah,
I'll find lots of help.
You can even run it under Linux. There's multiple emulators that run on Linux too. So
yep.
I got Wine installed, and so yeah, I'm gonna get those things. Try and get those things up and running.
Yeah, you don't even need Wine. Like Xra runs natively on Linux. In fact, it's developed under Linux.
VCC port. Yep.
Yep. OVCC.
And MAME.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't forget MAME.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of them.
All right. Well, I'll call it a good evening then. Okay.
Okay.
All
Thanks
right.
again for coming on.
Okay.
All right, no problem. Bye-bye.
The CoCo Nation Show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCo Nation Show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCo Nation.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCo Nation Show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
The CoCo Nation Show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Daddy Burrito, Diego BF109, Dinty's Hideaway, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Grant Leedy, John Boat of Carshaller, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Mike Rayburn, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Steege, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Mudman says, hey, I'm Dan, another maker on YouTube. I'm fixing a few CoCos and thought I'd see what the experts have to say. Right now I have 2 CoCo 2s and 2 CoCo 3s that are my projects. I started off with the Tandy 1000EX, and when I would go into Radio Shack I was always jealous of how much cheaper things were for the color computer. Especially when they started clearing them out. Draconiator says, hey there, been looking for TRS-80 people, because I'm working on a project. With ChatGPT even. I'm pretty much a retro hobbyist, and pretty much have so many projects going I lost count, lol. Justin. Last name you ain't gettin'. Ha. Grant Daly says, hi. I spent many years playing with and programming my Models 3 and 4 in CoCo 2. I got caught up in PC land and drifted away from the hobby until recently when I had time on my hands due to illness. I'm a licensed automotive technician specializing in onboard electronic systems, and I spent several years as a field service technician for automotive diagnostic equipment, so there's a bunch of overlap in my interests. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Boysen, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCo Nation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
And we're back. Next up, a session of Brian. What do you got this week?
Right?
Yeah, we need to get you your own theme song and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, I thought about that. First of all, I just want to say, yeah, I am kind of joining the show late. I was taking care of some things though, but I was listening to the show, and wow, just a bunch of wonderful memories. Excellent interview, just really awesome. Like some of the spots kind of gave me kind of goosebumps just thinking about all the stuff you guys were doing back then. So really cool, really cool. I really enjoyed it. I'm sure others did as well.
If they're still awake, yeah.
If they're still awake, right? Okay, yeah. The first thing I got here, you guys have seen these before, but it was I came across one, and let me turn the camera on, and you'll see what I'm talking about. I find them really cool just because of what it is. So let's go here and bingo. There we go. So you guys have seen the CoCo 3, the black one, right? That was supposed to be the one intended for the
deluxe.
Deluxe, yeah.
Yep. And so that was going to be the deluxe. This one here is not in the bag because Radio Shack was selling these as kind of just a component back in their parts area. What was kind of nice about this find here is that it had this one, but it also came with this one. So it actually did come with one that was in a bag with the original staples. So it still has the original Tandy Air inside of it there from way back when. So
but special purchase.
Yeah, special purchase there. So yeah, they
and they sold for what, $5?
Yeah, $4.95. So,
oh my goodness.
They don't go on eBay for $4.95 anymore.
Oh, I'm sure they don't.
That'd be that much per key.
Right. So that was kind of so I got the both of these as a single sale there. So that was
so
I kind of like
you do remember where these came from. You just didn't find these laying around like behind the fridge or something?
No, stumbled across them moving. I was looking for a box of crackers and I came across these here, and yep. So, but no, no, that was the first thing I wanted to share with you guys. The other thing, I tell you what, I'm really kind of excited. I hope that David's project really continues. A few weeks ago, I was sharing my Sega light phaser guns and playing the games that went with it. And I come to find out I had two guns and one of them doesn't work. I'm gonna have to try to see if I can't tear it apart. But just for folks that might be interested in doing this when David gets his project done, these are very accessible on eBay, and they're not expensive at all. So I hope David's project goes well and we can get a lot of these in people's hands and be playing some other games and stuff. So I just wanted to share. I mean, this was I think I paid $20 for this, and I think it was like $5 shipping or something like that. It's not
now the price is going to go up.
Well,
yeah, I'm glad I already have mine. I have several of those in my collection,
Brian, right? So
I just need the adapter, but yeah, because I have that was originally for the Sega Master System. So good stuff.
So this one's, I mean, it's super clean. I mean, you do have to kind of look at them a little close. Some of the things that I was looking when I was looking at them on eBay is like these screws are really small, and I mean, if it works, it's not a big deal. But if you had to take it apart, I was noticing a lot of these. I don't know if it's just over time. Just you could see rust where the screws were actually rusted in here, and so that would make it very difficult to get it apart, though. And then the other thing that you'll see a lot of, and I'm not sure why, if it's because they get dropped, but this piece is missing on a lot of the guns, and I'm not sure if it impacts the functionality. I don't think it really does anything. It's just decorative, but I don't know. That must have been a common thing that broke if people dropped them, and like a peanut butter sandwich is always going to land peanut butter side down. Maybe this always lands on that side, but I don't know.
Now,
but a lot
first
of them
cake, now sandwiches.
That's right.
Right.
So I wanted to share that one there. A couple weeks ago, I was showing this light pen.
The left hand. Oh.
Yep. So I showed you guys this light pen here that was available. Well, and barring any snickers that might come from folks here, our friends over the pond made this one. It was the
Snickers.
Oh, really? No, Snicker as in as in
The brand
Giggle or
name.
something like that, because of the brand name. Anyway.
Oh, I
this
was thinking like of the candy bar.
So this was the Trojan light pen that was made for the Dragon 32, and I thought it was kind of cool because they put it in a VCR case, which is kind of neat.
They sold some of their software that way too.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And
that's
this
so
was the
you
whole-
can sneak it right into your VHS collection unnoticed.
There, all right. And this one's like super clean. I don't know if it was ever really used or anything, but it came with the cassette. It had this nice little like foam cutout in there, so it made for some nice packaging. And so there was the software that was for it here. It was on a cassette here. The instructions are.
Where's Cuthbert?
Right.
Where's what?
Cuthbert.
The
all
mascot for the
stuff.
dragon.
Oh,
Cuthbert and the light pen.
so it has this nice little manual that basically was the insert of the label there. Talks about the loading instructions. I haven't had a chance to play with this one yet at all, but
Oh, that's going to be weird. With the software work with NTSC, or is it PAL?
right, I'll have to check it out. And I mean, this is literally a pen. You can see where the ball point here would have came in out of it. And I mean, this is literally a pen. You know, this would have been where your clicker would have been. And so I haven't taken it apart. I'm not sure if it even does come apart.
You stuck a sensor in it and screwed it all together.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is a really small hole compared to this other one here. Not sure if you can see the difference there, but I mean, this is a pretty good size hole, and this would be, well, you know how the tip of a pen, how big that is. So,
All right.
so yeah. That was one that was sold by, not sure what the company was, but Trojan, I guess is the name of the company. Yeah, Trojan Light Pen.
By the way,
Trojan
60 was
products.
from the UK, where the dragon's from. Kieran, he says you get to try the awful Trojan software. So be forewarned. Apparently, it's not very good.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, now, when you have a piece of Trojan software, that's a bad thing.
Well, 60 was saying basically the same thing back then.
Oh, well, bad in a different way.
Yeah.
Well, I guess after they did the light pen, they went on to other
Right,
products.
That's right, malware.
I do got one here for Nick, and I hope this is not the wrong one, and because I know there was some, I don't know, concern. This is actually has a serial number on it. Nick Marentes. This one here is the Pac-Man. I came across this one here, and it actually says serial number 0006. Was this one that you did, or was this the other?
That's probably when Nick did, because Nick did put serial numbers on there. In fact, I think he has a spreadsheet with everybody who bought it.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to figure out. I'm gonna have to find out which serial number mine is then.
Yeah, mine's much higher than that. Mine was.
Yeah, what's the
50
serial
or
number?
40.
Nick, are you still on? Maybe you stepped away for a
I
moment.
think I bought mine at a PennFest. I don't remember which one.
You're interrupting his nap.
Oh,
Yeah.
he went to go have a Vegemite sandwich, maybe.
Vegemite sandwich. Okay. Yeah, it just says for the Tandy Color Computer 3 6809 programming by Nicholas Marentes. So
Ooh,
yeah.
bless.
Yeah, because that's the exact same packaging, exact same yellow disc label with the instructions printed on that I have in mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought at one time wasn't there a company that was reselling his or something? There was something. I don't remember the whole.
I think Jim Davis was kind of a distributor, wasn't he?
I
For a
think
while?
he was his American distributor, but I know there was an issue with like Donut Dilemma was being distributed over here.
Well, Tom Mix was selling it because they didn't know where it came from.
Yeah, they were distributing, but he didn't know about it till later. And then it showed up, and then it ended up on an issue of TND too. And yeah.
Okay, it was the Donut Dilemma one.
Yeah, that was a bit of a snafu, I guess. But
yeah, there was another Australian company that basically sold the rights to Tom Mix without Nick even knowing about it.
Maybe
for
that's what I'm
American
thinking of,
distribution,
so,
and then Tom Mix stopped once Nick, I think, let him know that I didn't give permission for this.
I don't know. It still ended up on TND software when they got all those Tom Mix ones. So
yeah,
it was on an issue of that too.
Maybe about a year ago, I showed this cartridge that I had, and as I've been kind of slowly sorting through stuff and getting things all into individual bags and everything, you guys, I shared this here. This was that Star Blaster cartridge.
Yeah. Microworks only game.
Okay. Yep.
They normally made editor assemblers and sold disk drives and stuff or something like that.
as I was going through my box there, I came across the manual for it. It wasn't paired up with it at the time, so
cool. Is that on the archive?
I'm not sure.
I don't think it is. That may be a good one to put on.
So it's folded over in half probably for size, but it has just the simple instructions there. I found these nice Ziploc bags, probably about similar to the ones that were used back in the day, but as I've been pairing up software with the floppy disk or the cartridge or whatever that I have, if I don't have a box for it, or well, back in the day it would have came like this. I've been trying to get everything all paired up and everything together, so that I came across that one.
Yes, it is on the archive.
Okay,
oh, cool.
Another one here. A couple more. I was just gonna show that I thought were kind of interesting here. Blockhead. I don't know why the name just kind of cracks me up, but
that's timely because it's another keyboard clone. We're playing one right now in the Game On Challenge.
Yeah, I just thought it was a cassette-based game. And then another one that we've all seen before too. That I don't know, Color Keyed. I like that one.
Yeah, that was Intraco's very first CoCo game.
Okay, nice. And then one other thing I wanted to kind of show, and is David Ladd, are you still awake? David Ladd. Calling David Ladd.
Free Dr. Pepper.
Sorry, was having a conversation here. What's up?
Okay, I got something I wanted to show, and I was kind of hoping to get your input on it.
Okay, I'm wait. Dyson. Oh, is that the Dyson floppy disks?
Well, let's find out.
If it's the Dyson floppy disk, I want.
Oh, we need to make copies of it.
Sorry, Kevin.
Is the alignment discs you're talking about?
Yeah. Well,
I'm hoping so.
Will the Grease Weasel be able to reproduce that?
No, but that would be good for someone that has an oscilloscope that needs to align a floppy disk.
Or if they have the JDOS 1.3, I think actually has the memory minder software built in the ROM. It's a 16K ROM. So if you have a J&M disk controller with the later JDOS, you actually will have the software to drive that thing.
So here's the manual for it. I think this might answer David's question. Does this look familiar at all?
Ooh. Well, the device, no. Most of the stuff that I'd seen for people doing alignments, you had a disk and you used an oscilloscope.
Okay.
To align the drives.
Align the disk here. I haven't had a chance to dig into this though, but it does come with the device here itself.
Yeah, you're lucky.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, as I'm bouncing it around. So it has the different interface connectors here. I'm assuming that you press the buttons here to put the right mode in. It has the power adapter, and then it has all these different. You got a cable connector and some other cables here. I'm assuming depending on what you're connecting to. And from what I briefly read, I mean, like I said, it's a way to be able to diagnose and align it. But I'm assuming that on the display here, it would tell you, whether you're positive or negative, and to move the head one way or the other.
Yeah, I would think it would just drive the drive, but you still needed the oscilloscope to take the readings off the head.
Okay.
I have a spare kidney. You want to trade?
What's that? Oh, sorry.
I have a spare kidney. Do you want to trade?
Do you want to trade?
I don't know. I hope David Ladd doesn't have your home address because.
So I think in the box you actually had one of the alignment discs.
Right.
Yes,
Just the alignment discs are expensive. So
yeah, those are rare.
Let's talk about the hardware.
I was trying to get the Dyson floppy disks a while back, and it was like almost $100 for still in a sealed discs, because those things you just can't easily reproduce. You can't reproduce them. You have they are specially made with a cylindrical, slowly working outwards from the center. So
yeah. So this is the two discs that were in here. This one says test drive 3.1. This is one that someone must have made, and then this was the digital diagnostic disc. I'm not sure if there's anything special on it. I haven't tried the disc out yet.
Well, it's not going to have a format on it.
Right, but I mean, as
It's
far as this, I mean, actually try this. I haven't tried this out, I guess.
Okay.
oh, right.
That's the best way of saying it.
But
So.
the diagnostic disk is so precisely laid out, you can't create it with a floppy drive. So that
Is it
thing
one-
you're holding is
Old.
the trick. That's the key to the whole diskette here.
Would one of those disk duplicators where it doesn't care what it's copying?
No, because all the errors that disk duplicator has built into it would be put on that drive.
Okay.
Because
this disk is-
tracks.
Yeah, because a floppy disk is based on tracks, where the Dyson disk does a spiral outward.
Okay.
And you can't, no floppy drive can recreate it unless you hack the drive to produce, it slowly,
right,
does a spiral. But yeah, otherwise there's no way you can create one of those or duplicate it.
Yeah. So on all the Tandy machines, you had the diagnostics in the native OS, and you just use that to align. You ran that with the oscilloscope, but the Miles 134 color computer, you all had software you ran to put the drive in the proper positions to read the different tracks.
Yeah,
So-
for me,
So like
I always put the disc on track 17, and I'd move the head one way, then I'd move the head the other way, and the points where you were not able to read the track anymore, you would move it to the exact center between those two failure points, and that would be the
Right.
center.
Peaking.
So
this box would essentially replace whatever computer your drive ran. So you could do the repairs on the drive standalone,
Okay.
independent
Yeah,
of
you
any
can
other
read
computer.
out every result here. This is very cool.
that's definitely would be a good thing for somebody that's trying to repair floppy drives, or at least align them. So don't lose that device.
And don't lose that alignment disc in particular, because those are really hard to get.
Well, and the thing that I was I mean, obviously you're going to want to make sure that you have a drive that, the heads are clean and everything else and stuff. Because I mean, if you have some gunk on the drive heads or something like that, you put that alignment
Yeah,
disc
you
in there,
scratch
you
it,
can
yeah.
scratch it, and then you're
Correct it,
SOL too. So yeah.
Well, yeah, that's one of the things that usually I always recommend someone do, is use a clean floppy disk that has no marks on it, and then clean a floppy drive, then use that disk, the test disk, to stick in it and step through all the tracks to check that disk after you pull it out to see if it's been scratched. Because if a head's been damaged, you don't want to put one of those Dyson discs into a drive that has a damaged head.
Right.
So try to format a blank disk or something and see if it screws it up.
Right.
Because last I knew, those Dyson discs are not even being produced anymore, and finding one is now appears to be impossible. Because the last time I saw one, I didn't have the $100 available to buy it, and I haven't seen it show up again for the last 3 years.
Now isn't Dyson? Don't they make vacuum cleaners now?
Wrong Dyson.
So yeah, no, I wanted to
fine.
share this here. I know David would appreciate this one. So.
Would I?
Oh yeah.
He would appreciate it. Yes,
He's
would.
been camping on your doorstep now, Brian, is what we're trying to tell you.
Just put some stamps. Just how many?
He's going out to start the car right now. He'll be there in a few hours.
Oh no, it'll be about an hour and a half or 2 hours. Although if I break a few speed limit laws, I could be there sooner.
Don't kill the squirrels in the engine of your car.
Oh, wait a minute. There's somebody knocking at the front door right now. Oh, right, no. Could that be David Ladd already? No.
Does he have a bright shirt?
The Dyson PAT-2 Plus. I'm not sure what all. I'm sure they probably made other, but I kind of like the front of it. Precision magnetic media. So that was kind of.
Right.
So.
Don't stick it on the fridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was all I was really showing. I got a few other things here, but I can wait for another day there to share a few more things there. But yeah, there's a couple things that I was as I was working through some stuff there, I came across and thought maybe I'd share with the group.
Cool. Yeah, you definitely got some rare stuff there. So
You got David excited.
Woke him up.
Give me half a sec to get back.
Oh yeah, you definitely woke me up.
Jesus.
Creepy David back again.
Now suddenly I feel a little uncomfortable.
That's a usual feeling with David.
Yeah.
I feel sick.
Oh, Nick, before you switch
there.
there, I was Nick, I showed something. I think maybe you might have stepped away to get a Vegemite sandwich, I think is what I was
Yeah,
told.
yeah, I did.
I showed this here just a little bit ago.
Oh, hang on. I'll have a turn around and have a look. Oh, yeah, my Pac-Man. The way I used to sell it.
Serial number 6.
Just wondering if you still have your spreadsheets, you could tell who actually bought that originally.
Right.
Actually,
Who does it belong to?
Actually,
look it
that
up.
one was missing from the warehouse. Now we know where it went.
It went missing at the PennFest table. I don't know what happened.
Right. Brian showed up.
I wish I could have been there for some of those. They sound like an awful lot of fun.
Registered to David Ladd.
If only that was true.
Right.
I gotta find what number mine is now.
Mine's much higher than 6.
Okay.
Sounds about like my
Steve Ostrom.
Okay.
Yep.
That was
name
that big,
sounds familiar.
huge collection you bought, wasn't it?
Yep. That would make perfect sense because that was in with the group of stuff. So yep.
I believe David Ladd's serial number is serial number. Ooh.
Purchased on the 12th of the 16th, 97. That sounds like a bought at the PennFest 99, like 97.
Okay.
Cool.
Oh, we
So
saw a picture of that table.
So he probably would have attended that then.
Yeah. So he would have bought it there.
Very cool.
We might have seen his picture go by actually when we were going through some of the old photos from Alan then.
Yeah.
I don't know what Steve Ostrom looks like though.
That's the guy in the red shirt.
It's a guy, yeah. No, we figured out that's David Petraeus.
I do have a picture of him. I think of Steve.
Someone's going to have to go back to.
I remember he was active on the FidoNet Echoes. I used to talk to him on there on occasion, but I don't know if I ever met him at CoCo Fest or not.
And that name definitely sounds familiar though.
Let's see here.
Mind you, I'm not sure I would have recognized Ron nowadays compared to 2000 either. So,
right. Oh, where's my folder at? Oh, forgive me, guys. I thought I had the folder right where I thought it was, but I'm not seeing it. Where'd it go?
Here's an interesting statistic. Serial number 1 of Pac-Man went to Paul Shoemaker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Paul Shoemaker has number 1. There you go.
Yeah, I don't remember mine. I'd have to dig with the disco, but it was in the 2-digit range. Sorry.
It was number 32.
Okay.
Now you know.
Okay, here we go. I can let's see here. I think I can. How do I want to do this here? Whoops. There we are. Well, where am I at here?
We're seeing your table again.
Yep. Okay. Let's see here. Why is that not? Oh, I see what it's doing here. No.
I've already seen this one.
Why can't I? Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. Okay, so now let me go ahead and share screen here real quick, and there we go. That's Steve. If anybody feels he looks familiar.
Yeah, I wouldn't recognize him from that picture. Like if he looked quite a bit different
right
before or not.
Let's see here. This is some stuff I was going to put together for you guys, but I can show this here. Let's see here. Does this come across? Does that picture come through?
We're still seeing Steve right now.
Okay. Let me do this here. Why is this stop sharing? Okay, there we go. And share screen. There we go. I can share this here just so you guys have. There we go.
Yep.
Is that coming through?
Yeah.
Oh, is that the back of your semi trailer?
No, but that is the lot that we talk about.
That's definitely a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of a lot.
So, but yeah.
Wow.
Still working through it all.
I have a nice place you can store that.
Yeah.
Right, I'll help.
Especially with a couple of those dragons and
right.
How about multi-packs? I need multi-packs.
Need multi-packs?
He needs.
No, I'm kidding. But
string up.
Got any
16
8
of
or
them.
16 slot ones in there?
8 or 16.
8 or 16 slot. Yeah.
I know there were some 5 and 6 slot ones sold in Rainbow in 82, 83.
Yep. I have a
Before
couple different
Tandy's came
versions
out.
of those. Yep, that I've shared. Yeah, those very interesting.
Oh, there's the gate crasher.
Yeah, I can't find my Pac-Man, but I found my Gate Crasher. At least I can't find it quickly anyway. But there's the Gate Crasher floppy.
Yeah, and that first went on sale at PennFest, as we found out there.
But
Yeah,
that was
absolutely.
PennFest, yeah.
Yeah, I bought my Pac-Man at PennFest, but that was later, so I probably have a higher serial number too. This doesn't have a serial number, Nick. What the heck?
No. I only did it in the Pac-Man, and I thought,
No.
too much to
Yeah,
keep track of.
there's even a yellow slip of paper in here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Gate
the
Crasher has been
instructions.
12 months in the making. Okay. Yeah, there's a whole thing there, but yeah.
Yep.
There's a lot of words down here too.
But they're spelled funny with U's.
Yeah, there's probably extra U's and stuff in there. Yeah.
It's hard to read because it's in Australian.
Crikey! That's why. Now
That's
it's better.
There
we
go.
go.
That's better.
I do remember one other thing I was going to share with you guys. I forgot. I just looked down and I had it set down here because I was kind of looking for some other stuff there because of the whole theme of the different input devices, rather than just the joystick and stuff. And
I have to share your screen again there, Mark.
Yeah, if I can get this
Things
mouse to
moving.
work right. There we go.
There we go. Anybody ever seen? Whoops, let me back out just a little bit here.
Oh, the body detector.
Yeah. So I thought that was kind of interesting. It comes with this manual here. I think I might have the software. I'm trying to find it though. I haven't come across it yet though. But
It might even be in the archive. I thought I saw it there at some point.
it may be in there. But the idea was that you're supposed to be able to like somehow read the rhythm,
Your heart rate or
your
whatever
and stuff like
it was,
that.
yeah.
And you're supposed to be able to train yourself to calm your mind and relax and stuff like that. Is what it was reading.
No.
But
I thought it'd be a good way to train yourself to fake your way through a lie detector test.
right there you go.
That sounds like a Mythbusters episode there.
But essentially, yeah, you would you'd line this up with your fingers right here, and then you would wrap it around, as you can kind of see here in the pictures what I think you're trying to do.
So it is just the galvanic skin response thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
It
the
even
lie
came with a
detector.
game where you're supposed to train yourself to do it too, if I
To
remember.
make it go up and down. Yeah. And what you did is you just tensed your fingers, and that would reproduce the effect.
Oh, there you go.
So you can play the game really well. Yeah, see, I'm good at this. My mind, man, my mind.
I'm playing the game with my mind.
Well, you guys remember the what was that movie Brainstorm? Remember that movie from back in the day? It was called Brainstorm, and they were developing this helmet that was supposed to be able to read your thoughts and actually visualize. I mean, it could like see the pictures in your mind, and we would record everything.
Please don't put one of those on David Ladd.
And when you played
You
it
may
back,
find it disturbing.
you would experience the
Curtis.
sights and the sounds and the smells and everything as if you were right there. But then obviously, like a lot of things that got used for the military and they were kind of circling around, they were then trying to get it so pilots could fly the plane by just using their brain waves and stuff like that.
Actually, ironically enough, though, they actually have progressed in that they actually can read some video images from your brain now directly.
Oh, amazing. Ugh.
Let's keep that away from David Ladd again.
Yeah. Well, it'd be pretty easy. It'd just be floppy drives and stuff. So that's
Are they RGB or composite?
But that is kind
She
of
might need a
interesting, though.
skirt.
Of what
Give
you
you a
guys
lot of-
said, though, if you could actually kind of, figure out some way of, if you could become good enough with, either thinking or whatever, because this plugs into the joystick port. So,
Right.
Yeah.
maybe that might make for an interesting game on challenge. Actually playing a game with. I'm not. Of course, I guess it depends on whether it's the X or the Y axis that it's actually reading, or maybe it's reading both. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that I don't remember, but I do remember they had a little game that you play against using that. Then there was just demo programs as well.
Right. So
Don't let David try it. He probably won't use it on his finger.
Jeez.
Well, good night,
Bad
everybody.
Nick. Bad Nick. Very bad Nick.
Nick will be on later today with After
Oh, wait
Dark.
a minute. Right, let me bring out the
not- it's
Trojan
not-
again here.
With the Trojan light pen.
I really hope you're talking about his big toe.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
No, his
Anyway.
nose. His nose.
Yeah, that
On
was an
that
odd
note-
one. I remember seeing those at Rainbow Fest on occasion, but it was just something I was never interested in.
Right.
It was just interesting. I was always kind of fascinated with this stuff because it was the idea that you had this input device and being able to have different forms of analog input, into the computer. I've always kind of thought that was interesting. So,
Right. That is
so
new.
some of these here, whether it's like,
And multiple 8-bit computers back in the day had the same thing. I remember seeing these on VIC-20s, C64s. I can't remember if I saw one on the Atari or not, but a few people around here had those too for other machines.
I'm just very interested in some of that stuff rather than just the joystick. You got this biodetector, you got light pens, we got this the phaser gun, and just other forms of analog input into the computer. I've
Right.
always kind of found that very interesting. So, okay,
That's unusual.
whoops, wrong button there. Sorry, guys. That is all I have to share today.
Okay.
Thanks for everybody's input.
1 hour.
So it was a light
1
day
hour
for you.
short.
A light
Yeah.
day.
Light day.
Now, coming up in hour 8 of the program, we have
Now we get the news, which actually is
Now
not that
for
big
news.
either. So
Actually, next up we have the game on results.
Encore. We want
and
more.
there's a kitty.
Yeah.
You ready?
crawling over the keyboard.
Yeah, actually, I gotta
They do that.
I gotta do this differently today.
Why
Okay.
start now.
You're gonna play it. You're gonna play the video on your end, Sloopy.
He's still here?
Sloopy now with less mute.
Ah, there we go.
Okay, here we go.
Welcome to the Game On Challenge. Oh, high score. Let's see here. We want to go here, share this, and share. And we played Hubert, Cubit, Newbert, one of them, or both. And Qubit by Micro Products. I never got a satisfactory answer about the whole Qubit slash Newberg thing, but we played them both with 14 players. In 14th position, we had Mark B with 10,850. 13th was Canadian Retro Things with 11,400. 12th was Sabhead with 12,050. 11th was Mr. Dave 6309 with 12,850. 10th was Flutterball with 13,350. 9th was Jim Rye with 13,650. 8th was Ed Rhodes with 14,350. 7th was me with 17,600. 6th was that professional Canadian game player, L. Curtis Boyle, with 21,300. 5th was Margot 8 Bits in the Basements. I'm sorry, I don't remember if it's his wife or daughter. My apologies. With 20
Family member.
Yes, family member. With 23,200. Coconut Bob with 23,950. Louis with 8 Bits in the Basement's family member with 24,400. I do believe Louis is his son, but I could be, yes. Yes, Margot is 8 Bits in the Basement's daughter. My apologies. I don't have the program, so I can't tell the players apart. I'm sorry. And then we have 8 Bits in the Basement themselves with 34,950. And the number one
Pilot.
Pilot.
I knew I forgot to change something. Yes, Pilot. The cute,
Pilot, like the truck stop.
Yeah, the cute
Pop star pilot
himself is actually a giant mech suit, like a Gundam suit. Nick, you're right. I actually used the Pop Star Pilot when I did that score list. I used the source and edited it for this. So the number one Hubert triangle jumping maniac is Tasman with 58,050 points. Thanks for playing. And let's see here. We can stop sharing because no one needs to look at me.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I don't unfortunately have any references because I only just found out that I was going to be doing it. And unfortunately, yeah. So on to strategies, hints, and tips and tricks.
I actually like the original one better than the Newbert one.
Yeah, my first tip and trick would be to play Qubit, not Newbert.
Newbert is slower though. I mean, it's a bit more buggy. But if Qubit is too fast for you, then Newbert might be a better fit.
Yeah, because I mean, there is a one question that brings up: could Newbert be possibly a early beta version that was released or leaked?
Nope.
Okay.
For Mike himself, nope. That was a hack job somebody did, which is why the title screen's all screwed up and stuff. That
yeah,
there was whoever broke the protection basically didn't properly do it fully and had some errors left in the program. But Qubit's actually what it was sold under, because I actually did find a Rainbow. I don't think he actually had ads in Rainbow, but he had Rainbow Received and Certified, that one where they certified the product existed, and it got certified in one of the Rainbows. So
yeah,
that's what it was sold as, Qubit, not Newbert.
Yeah, it's yeah. Whoever uses the second-rate cut rate hacker for cracking it needs to be smacked around with a wet trout. But
well, don't sugarcoat it now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it seemed kind of fishy, that comment, but I did notice that I wasn't able to get the snake coily to jump off the side when I was playing Qubit. I mean, I would wait until he was almost on top of me before I'd jump on the disc, and he still would follow me up.
For me, it depended on which side. If I was on the right-hand side, I think he would kind of follow me and jump off and die. But yeah, I noticed on the left side, it seemed to be much more difficult. Yeah. Jim Rye has a tip too. Aim the joystick before jumping with the fire button.
Uh-oh. This just in. The game on high score list was wrong. Evidently, there was one other score that I missed.
Oh, because that's never happened before.
No.
We are really living up to our production values today. So that's good. We are maintaining
mediocrity
value. Yes.
Yes. Let me see when it was submitted and why.
Judges, we have to check the submission time. Did it come in before the deadline?
We're going to the replay video now.
Yes, we're going to go to the replay official in the press box.
Where do?
Did somebody just tell you that Discord, Sloopy, or?
Yeah, Tasman just sent me a message.
Well, somebody beat him, or he had a better score?
Yeah, they beat him.
You still won either way. Oh no. Oh darn.
No.
But did they submit the score before the deadline?
Yeah, they submitted it before the deadline, but I'm trying to figure out when they submitted it because
It's because the deadline never happened.
yeah,
Right. There was no actual deadline. So according to the pocket handbook, what do we do?
no, yeah, there it is. That's why I didn't see it.
Submitted 5 minutes ago.
No.
The only rule is that there are no rules.
Well, anyway, do you have the person's name and what the score was?
Yeah.
Yes, the score was 41,100, and the person. Do I really need to say who it was?
Buck.
Buck Owens.
So he still got second though, because I wasn't Tasman's 58,000 or something.
Oh yeah, he got second. My bad. Oh,
yeah. Oh, good. We don't have to run the Buck Owens Yahoo video then.
And my finger was on the button.
See.
All right. Sorry, 8 Bits in the Basement. You're third, not second. 50 lashings with a wet noodle for that person that did the Game On challenge.
This is why you really need to come to rehearsal.
Yeah. I'm starting to think he might like it. That's why he does this.
So as far as tips and tricks go, I guess you have to get used to controls because it's a bit different if you're used to playing Qbert. The Q-bit version, the official version, actually does pause when you end the game, so you can take a screenshot of the score, and rather than just immediately jumping past if you're holding it down. Or at least it was easier for me to catch it anyway. Plays about twice as fast. Warning.
Mm-hmm. I found that the quote unquote speed up actually made it a little bit easier.
Yeah, it played smoother, I think. Not just faster, but smoother. I think whoever cracked it screwed up the timing.
Yeah,
the crack screwed up way more than the login, the title screen, right?
Yeah, because the controls seem more fluid and more
responsive. Yeah, I'd agree.
So,
but I would definitely recommend playing it on a more recent emulator if you're playing it on an emulator that actually does proper artifacting. Because if you have the older ones, it doesn't really differentiate some when you have to hit them twice to change once and then change a second time, like in level 2. Because some of them actually kind of run together and you can't tell the difference. But if you have the modern ones, you dig you like a cyan and a yellowish color or something. So they're quite different. But the older emulators with the more pure, black, red, blue, white, don't differentiate it enough. Just looks like white crosshatches both ways.
Yeah, that was another thing that I noticed on Newbert, but I don't think I noticed it on Qbit, was the coloring when you were playing. It wasn't very distinctive at times, sort of like when you were playing that one game where it looked like you had the entire thing done and it still wasn't done, and you were like trying to go around to try to figure out what square wasn't fixed. Curtis,
it
was
part of that's because I'm running an older version of VCC. That's one I use for sharing on the Mac side. So with wine,
because I noticed that in XROR on the in Newbert, but I didn't notice it in Qbit. But I don't know if it was a issue with Qbit or not, because it seemed that the coloring was the same as the last highest level that you had achieved. If you understand what I'm saying there.
Yeah.
So. All right. Any other comments, tips, tricks, or words of wisdom?
One way I always play it is I go down diagonally to the bottom and then I zigzag across the bottom for some reason. That just always seems to work better for me. I don't know if that's really a tip or not, but
yeah.
But it's one of the better Qbert clones. I mean, it's closer to the arcade than some of the other ones, including the one that Brian Weasler showed earlier for Blockhead by Computerware. Though that one I always found fun. It had kind of cute sound effects, but we weren't short on Qbert clones for the CoCo. It's at least half a dozen I know.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few. So, but I mean, it's a decent game. It's quite popular.
Yeah.
So,
did you have any video playback from the Twitch stream or?
Yes.
I can make that happen if you can't.
Let's see here.
And of course, the second game we should mention too, I guess.
Yes. Let's see here. Get the and there we go. And share that. Is that sharing the screen?
Yeah. We just got to fast forward past the
5-minute
wait time.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that.
Oh, that 5-ish.
Yeah, 5-ish. About. Yeah, we had a pretty successful show. We had up to we actually had up to 6 people playing at once. And obviously we had the Qubit, and then we were also playing the okay, I keep forgetting the name of this group. I want to call it Rufus, and I know that's not it.
Ruptus?
Ruptus, that's it.
Yeah. It's kind of based on Draconian.
Yeah.
Or sorry, Bosconian, I should say.
Yeah, Bosconian.
Or Ruptus or something.
Though, like Draconian, it has some different things, like those little energy barriers that you have to shoot on later levels. Like that's not in the original arcade game that I remember. Maybe I just wasn't good at it. But
and here you see, I actually tried Draconian on the stream towards the end.
I'm noticing that both games here have nothing to do with the Game On Challenge games.
Well, no, actually, Draconian does because it's a similar game.
True.
Ken, on the other hand, he actually was running it on his MC10, because here he is, where you see him in the top left. He's actually running his real MC10 to play Ruptus here on the.
Yeah, and that's one of the cool things. Like this is one of the Indefidu games that are made in Japan, but they make it for like 70 platforms. You can even play some of these on like Model 1 and 3 or the Model 100 or
your
the Apple II or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, or your Atari 8-bit, and no one notices. They just think you're running on the CoCo 3.
Yeah. And you can tell I'm running an older version of VCC because it screwed up the border color and made it white instead of green.
Yeah. But yeah, it was a pretty successful show, but we need to get more people out here playing in the Game On Challenge on Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. So why aren't you there?
Yeah, it's a fun time. Everybody gets to kind of like share tips and tricks, or you get to see people getting frustrated with the game.
Or you can watch people like Tasman score really high. Like here, where he got like 35,000 or more. So
yeah. So this is the last, like now Qubit is now done, correct? We've done both weeks already?
Yes.
And then Ruptus will be carrying over for another week, and you can get that for free download on either the archive or from the Indefidu site itself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, since Ken wasn't able to make it today, do you have a new game picked out for us to accommodate Ruptus?
Yes, I do.
Detroit.
Oh God, no.
Pella Rider 64.
Neutroider. That's what I'm calling it. Isn't what James Jones called it? Neutroider?
Is a new version of
or Neutroid, right?
Right. The new version of Neutroid available?
Not yet. No.
Yeah, it's in the bottom of the Nitrocine trash can, I think, here.
Yeah, then that it's not the game. So, all right. The new game. The new game is actually a basic game.
Not a complex one.
And here is a hint as to what it is.
Oh, yeah, I recognize that.
I can't because it's flashing by so fast and choppy. I can't tell what the hell it's going by with.
There's instructions.
Yeah, I see instructions. Looks like 32K judging by the number of lines.
Yeah, they're all numbered by one.
Oh, someone renumbered it after they were done.
Right.
Are you in CoCo 3 mode and extra right now?
No, I'm not.
Oh, shoot. I was going to say do it with 40 or 80 so I can actually see the listing.
Or you could just do a run.
Yeah, I'm in a standard. I'm in a standard CoCo 1.
Now, is this a type in from a magazine or is this a commercial basic game?
I do believe it was a commercial game.
Oh, wow.
You want an even bigger hint? It is on the CoCo archive, but not on L. Curtis Boyle's big list of games.
Well, that narrows it down to about 1,000.
Right.
Yeah, that's the. I'm sorry. Can you be more vague, please?
It was released by Quicksilver.
Yeah, I'd have to see the listing go zipping by again there, but I'd have to stop it at some point.
Run.
All right, next hint.
Run. Oh well, it's obviously Canadian.
It's got the
Or
U.
Australian. Could be
Or Australian, yeah.
Or
Got extra
Australian.
letters.
Or UK.
Yes.
Actually, anywhere but the States.
Yeah, we got rid of all our extra letters years ago. That's what happened.
Yeah, we tried to streamline the English language.
All right, press the A key.
You guys were the originators of lossy compression.
Okay, so still no guesses.
At least here it tells you to press the A key.
Oh, I recognize Quicksilver. He did a few games.
But they didn't tell you what correct would be, so it's up to interpretation.
Mind out.
Mind out.
I don't remember this one off the top of my
No,
head, but I
never heard
recognize
of it.
Quicksilver. That was a
Procedure.
UK one, wasn't it? 60 might be able to answer that.
Yeah.
That would explain the extra U in color.
Yeah. I think this was originally a dragon one.
Yes, it's Mind Out by Quicksilver. I guess no one's familiar with this game.
No, I've never.
Not off
heard
the top
of
of my
it.
head. I'm familiar with Quicksilver, but I'd have to see the game itself.
Oh, this is Bill.
Yep, this is Bill the Worm.
Ooh.
Oh, I thought it was a duck.
Tom Eric Anderson.
Tom Eric
says
Anderson. Yeah,
Dragon
go ahead,
Game
Mark.
Came from the UK. We figured that. Thanks for the confirmation, Tom.
Yeah.
It
Yeah, I should have
came
known
from
it
the
came from the
UK.
Wordle.
Oh, I have seen this one. I do recognize it now. You have to get from one exit, entrance to the exit without getting killed, basically, right?
Right. Actually, I saw someone playing it on a Twitch stream. That's how I found out about it.
Yeah, I think I actually featured it way
So
back
it's like
when.
Minesweeper, but not from Microsoft.
Yes, it's like Minesweeper, but
With extra bits, though, there's some real-time stuff chasing you, too, if I remember later
Is
on.
it really easy to miss the mines when you can see them?
that you don't see them.
Yeah, you don't normally get to see them.
And this is the actual game.
Oh, it's a bigger room.
You
Yes.
probably don't get to see them until you walk right next to them.
Yes, you don't see them at all.
I remember this one actually. I think I did try it. I just haven't done an entry for it because I have to do some research on it. But if you have a CoCo 3 running at full double speed, I actually think it plays better if I remember.
Then when you hit a mine, you blow up, and then it shows you where they are, and then how you went.
Looks like you need
There
to
are
proceed
7
slowly.
levels. Starting at level 3, something is chasing you.
Oh, cool.
So I expect at least 1/3 of the people playing to complete it because it's actually pretty simple.
What's chasing you? Is it a David Ladd?
No, it's
Worse.
Where is it?
So I bet there's a Dragon native version of this too. Probably on the World of Dragon.
The bug is chasing you.
The bug.
I'll show people the cassette card in full color here once you finish showing the demo here,
Okay.
which actually has kind of Shorter instructions, I guess.
Yeah, you see, note the mines are invisible when you play Chortle.
So this is available on the World of Dragon if you want to play it on the Dragon.
Yes.
Should work in a Dragon 32 or 64.
Yep.
And then on the Color Computer Archive as well.
Yes. You can play on either system, the CoCo or the Dragon.
And I'll share the manual.
That's
set in here.
And that's the game for the next 2 weeks. Yeah, people were complaining about the games I was choosing, so I figured I'd try something completely different because I've still got puncture holes from the pitchforks last time.
That's because you keep picking Neutroid over and over again every time Nick comes up with a revision 0.0.0.1 improvement.
Hey,
well, with that game, there's only room for improvement.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's because
newer Troid.
Right, it's got extra letters.
Newer Troid.
Next one will be newest Troid.
Neuter Troid.
Then Uber Troid. And then Super Ultra Uber Troid.
Megatroid.
Retroided.
There you go, Megatroid. It gets a
All right, there's the original artwork for the Dragon version as it was on sale in 1983. So this came out just, I think, even before the Dragon 64 even came out, or just before.
Yep. Looks exactly like the game.
Indeed.
Color perfect.
And I thought that Atari took liberties with the interpretations of its games.
There's a bit more of the instructions there as well.
So you know what this means, don't you?
We're back to Neutroid next week.
Nope. This means that there will be a stylized reading this week of the instructions.
Huh?
Yeah, Mark's the guy that normally reads the instructions, right? Mark B.
Yep. When I can find them.
Dramatic.
So if you want to find these, you'll have to go to worldofdragon.org. And then on the column on the left, there's a bunch of things you can click on. Click on software. And then there's an alphabetical list by publisher. You'll look for Quicksilva. And it's the only game Quicksilva has on there. So that'll be easy to find. And then you just click on the instruction sheet to read it.
Yeah,
it's on the Color Computer Archive too.
Oh, is it? Okay, cool.
Yep.
I wasn't sure.
The last 2 weeks, there wasn't much directions beyond don't die.
Yeah,
so, I would like to have a dramatic reading of the actual program listing by David Ladd. Line 1.
Oh, that would not be advisable.
Well, can we at least have Mark use the accent?
No.
Hey, we want the English accent on this one because it's a Dragon game, Mark.
Oh, yes. There you go.
Yeah, I'll have to practice with that.
Oh, and Scott Cooper in the chat says Hemtroids.
I got a bad case of Hemtroids. Do you have a salve or something for that?
I was going to say they
There's
have
an
some
ointment
meds
for that.
Yeah, that source code listing is gonna reading is going to take a while because
400 and some odd lines I saw there.
The first 10 lines won't fit on one screen.
I want to hear him read all the data statements.
That's all of his assembly language program.
Yeah, here.
No, it's all basic.
I'll show you.
Line 1.
You see, there's the first 5 lines.
Poke
Yeah, that's basic.
Speed up poke right off the bat there.
D7, 0. Ooh. Line 1. Clear 2500, 2999.
Okay, that's
a clear 2. Ooh.
Is it too late to change the game?
Yeah, we'll do a special CoCo Tech with Dave reading source codes.
I do have to thank you because this is a different type of game. Well, I guess the gameplay isn't as much different. There's other games that are similar to that, but picking a basic game is a pretty ballsy move, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm not even being sarcastic, because there are some good basic games on both CoCo and the Dragon, and we don't tend to think of those very often. So I'm glad you picked that.
Yeah, quite honestly, I didn't pick it because of it being pure basic. Actually, I picked it because I saw it being played on Twitch about 2 months ago, and I really liked it. And I was like, because usually when I'm looking for a game to pick, it's like, what am I going to choose? Because I didn't play the CoCo back in the day, and the only games I knew about were the cartridges that were officially released, because the stores themselves didn't have any third-party software. So
yeah, ironically, in the UK, where this came from, they actually sold like Tom Mix software and
right
Mixtron and stuff.
So when I see someone actually playing something, that's I'll consider it, and it's like, I know that that over the course of the summer, Ken is not going to be available for a few times. So
the next one will be at Boat Fest, because we'll both be at Boat Fest. We'll try to do a live report from there. But I know, like, trying to read stuff from when I was there last time, it's just too loud, the ambient room noise, so it just turns into a schmozzy mess.
Absolutely. So, but yeah, I've got something for that week too, and I'm trying to pick better games. But I mean, when you peak with Neutroid, it's hard to find stuff that's just as good.
Aye.
It's odd that you spelled the word Deep Valley PEAK.
I just can't imagine how much money Nick is sending Sloopy.
It's not enough to make us play Neutroid again.
Well, unless you get on the committee that picks the games, I think it sounds pretty biased.
We need to have a committee for what Nick programs next for a game. That's what we need. Improve his choices.
Yeah, Nick, we're gonna have to have you come in Saturday. Oh, wait a minute, you're already here.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know that other game you're supposed to be working on? Wouldn't it be just great if you could work on that instead?
Yeah, and don't forget the TP reports. Yeah.
TPS reports.
TPS.
reports.
I'm sorry.
Now
I always
Nick-
call
now
it
Nick
TP reports.
And now Nick has 5 people managing it.
I'm just glad they didn't call the Neutroid the TP report.
I still like Newer Troy. That's what I'm going to call it from now on. That was a good name. Thanks, James.
All right. So I guess that's it for the Game On Challenge this week. And
Yep. So join Sloopy Thursday, because I think you'll be running solo unless Ken actually arrives there by then. But I know his schedule got kind of screwed up, so I'm not sure if he's going to be on the road or not.
yeah, he's leaving Tuesday, so probably isn't going to be able to be there, because he's going to be probably just about getting there to Thursday and getting settled in and figuring out his internet and such.
Yeah. So Thursdays, 8 p.m. Show up on Discord, and the 2 games for this next coming week is going to be Ruptus for the second week. You can get that at infudo.com or the archive. You can play the Dragon, the CoCo 1, 2, or 3, or MC10 versions of that for that. And of course, what was the title of this one again? Mind Out, I believe.
Mind Out, yes.
Yeah.
Both basic games too.
Yeah.
No. Ruptus is not. It's that compiled language that he made up himself for the cross compile.
Yeah. Yep.
It's got sound effect stuff you'd never be able to do in basic and that. So it's a bit better than basic. It's not like, pure ML speed, but it's kind of in between. It's like almost like compiled basic, I guess.
Yeah, I did notice that it would be a lot better game if the controls were a little bit more fluid. But it's still pretty
honestly, what we should have somebody try, or maybe just people can try it on their own, for the Thursday one for Ruptus is actually, if you have a CoCo 3, do the double speed poke and see how it plays with that. Because I don't think he's using timer interrupts there to force it to lock at 60 frames per second, so it might actually play a favorite smoother and better.
I'll have to give it a try. So, all right, back to you, Mark.
Okay. And Mark, I don't have very many game-related stuff. I'm going to just go straight into it, okay?
Okay, do we want to do a commercial break first, or?
No, I'm going to get this out of the way.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCo Nation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
Considering the current state of Canada, is it very good to have that there?
Yeah. That's what happens when you try to force Neutroid on us Canadians.
It's more accurate. Let's put it
We
that
torch
way.
the place. It's just too much.
So I wonder if all the people in New York can smell hair.
Man, I'd be mega bald.
I asked if it started raining with all this smoke in the air, would the
Well, we had rain here, which is why our air here right now, it's like a sunny day and our air quality's fine. But,
yeah,
2 weeks ago, it was not quite as bad as New York, but it was definitely hazy.
Yeah,
But right now, I think the big fires are down in Ontario, Quebec, and the Maritimes, especially by Halifax. I mean, they'd lost 150 homes a week ago. So
yeah, I
Well,
asked.
the rains are going to get mud.
Yeah, if the rain would taste like maple syrup.
Maple leaves, but
or hickory sticks.
Yep.
Anyway, let's get through. I've just got a couple things here, and I'll probably swing straight in the news after that because I don't have a ton there either. So I'll try to wrap up the show here so we're not here too much longer. So first off, we got a channel on YouTube I've not seen before called Hamtaro Fan 2002, and actually played a bit of Frogger, the official Cornsoft Group port to the CoCo. And it looks like from the screenshot at the beginning, he actually played another version of Frogger just before recording this, and I think he split the videos up into the different platforms. So I'll have to check later and see if he actually does a comparison video between them. Anyway, we've seen that before, so no point dwelling on that too much. Next up, finishing up April of 1982. I think he's got one game left that'll be on Monday, but basically Jeff over at Chronologically Gaming covered 3 this past week. Some of them I think some of you will be familiar with. One of them probably not, unless you're a word game fanatic. So the Great Word Game by I think Prickly Pear Software was one. It's kind of sort of a little bit of Wheel of Fortune and Hangman, but with a few little twists thrown in. Like you can insert spaces and stuff randomly at the beginning or the end of the word to throw people off from guessing how many even letters your word is, type thing. I won't play that because word games are boring to watch on stream. But then the last 2 he covered here, he covered Color Scarf Man. Now, of course, Scarf Man was originally on the Tier City Model 1 and 3. I'm sure Nick remembers playing that one. And this is the CoCo version, and it's one of the few games that runs on a 4K RAM CoCo. We've covered a couple other machine language ones like Gauntlet by Britt Monk and what the heck was the other one now? Color Art by Spectral is another one. But some of these low res games, this one actually used the 64x64, so it's higher res than the low res graphics, 4-color
Just
mode.
be sure not to point that out for
even has a little animated
don't expect any
intro
miracles for this one. So
for those who've not seen it before, that's what it looks like there.
And remember, it's 1982. There's still Pac-Man fever, and while we've played every single maze game that you could ever play, it's
but not
still
bad. I mean, this is one that could have been ported to the MC10, except they did a 16K RAM expanded version of Pac-Man that's actually better than this. So, but for a 4K, you probably could have fit this one on there. And a cat going nuts. The other one in here, the last one is called Storm from Computerware. Now, this is actually a bit of a strange one. It's a clone of an arcade game using probably the exact wrong graphics mode if you're trying to make it look like the arcade. So it's based on the arcade game Tempest, which was a color vector graphics. So you figure they'd go high res. Nope, they went semi-graphics 24, which means 64 pixels across by 192 down. So it's the fat Atari VCS looking type thing. Now, one thing I had not realized before until Jeff brought it up in the show, this was the very first Tempest clone for any home computer or any home console, period, after the initial release of the arcade game, which I had no idea of, but it was the very first one. And I don't know if how many of you have actually played it before. It's got 15 levels, and then each of those levels have different levels of difficulty.
Storm is a unique one,
so basically it wraps through, and there's 135 levels total, and it'll change the color of the pits that you're going into, I guess, for lack of a better term. I'm not sure what you call it in the arcade game, but
including computer games, because you'd
But you being in semi-graphics, you can't draw the nice shapes like Tempest had, so you just have basically colored lines coming at you instead.
I could not figure out for a long time.
So I'll just fast forward a little bit so you can see a bit of the gameplay here.
right, this time let's try a different one. And did they change the tube up? Like,
And you can pick the starting level with the joystick when you start the game. So if you want to start anywhere from 1 to
different-
15, you can pick any one of them.
a different tube shape. I want number. Oh wait, stop 3. Why is it not working? Oh, there we go. Now it is. Oh, it
So
is.
some
They
of them
changed it a
are
little bit.
completely
So level
open.
3
Some of
is
them
just
have
the
closed
U.
off areas yet you have
So
to jump over.
They do change it up just like in the arcades. So
And
if
you can
think
see
of
it's
all the
firing the
games that
various things coming at you and you
played
shoot
to
back
this
at them.
point on console and on computers. This is the very first time anyone wanted to tackle Tempest, and you can see the results. I mean, it's still April of 1982, and it is strange with the way they did the graphics mode to play. Oh, wow.
So I don't know. Have any of you guys played that? I don't think we ever covered this one on the Game On Challenge, but it's the one I kind of keep forgetting about because it's the only version of Tempest for the CoCo that I'm aware of. Has anybody else here played this one?
Nope. Never heard of it. I would love to play it. I mean, I would like this in the day.
Yeah, I remember the ads for this one because Computer put this little tiny ad. It was like an eighth of a page of rainbow with that, well, that little graphic that he showed at the beginning from the ad. Let's see if I can find it here. Oops. Yeah. So that stand still, you stupid thing. So basically, that was the ad.
Yeah,
and that's as much as they ever promoted it.
I wouldn't have bought that. I would have bought the gameplay that we just saw, but I wouldn't.
Yeah,
have bought that.
I mean, this is one where like most of the time the ad is going to hype it up much more than the game itself. This is one of the opposite because you can't even really tell what the hell this is looking at the ads. And doing reviews back then, a lot of the Rainbow reviewers in particular, or Carol Computer News for that matter, there was the hardcore geeks because this is early on enough. The CoCo was the hobbyists, not the game players so much. So they didn't even know what the arcade game was, so they wouldn't even describe it in a way you would know it was Tempest. So yeah, this is kind of a hidden gem, I think, honestly, and it runs at 16K. So, by the way, covered that. I also wanted to mention too that I was actually a guest on his show. I was a co-reviewer of games on yesterday's show, which I don't know if it's on YouTube yet. Unfortunately, we didn't have any CoCo games that he was doing that particular day, but he had held off the reviews of Scarfman and Storm. So I gave my reviews. Now, the way his review system works, you're not reviewing on the platform. You're reviewing against everything else on every other platform that's out at the same time. So I had to review Scarfman as a Pac-Man clone compared to every Apple version, every Atari version, and everything else. So the ratings will probably be a bit lower than I would have done if I was going strictly by CoCo. But you guys can watch the show there. It was a lot of fun. We tried to get the joysticks working. I was using Paul Shoemaker's a USB adapter for running actual CoCo joysticks. It partly worked in a thing he uses called Parsec. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. You can actually remotely play two people on the same emulator playing head-to-head games, and you can use MAME or whatever else you want. So you can actually play a two-player CoCo game across the world using that. And I was trying to get it to work with my adapter so I could use the actual CoCo joystick that I'm used to. And we got it partly working, but we didn't have enough time before the show started to get the buttons working properly. We got the joystick movement working properly. So I think we'll try to revisit that later on. So was that Mark?
Paul Fiscarelli, I think, is the.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I said Shoemaker, didn't I?
Too many Pauls.
Too many Pauls. Too many Mikes. Too many Marks.
Sorry, Paul Thayer. Yeah,
too many Nicks.
Too many Pauls. Yeah, Marks too.
Yeah. So anyway, hopefully we'll get that going again. But if that ends up working and it's a free download, I think maybe we should look at maybe using that in the Game On Challenge. We could actually have some of the multiplayer games and set it up so that a couple of the people on the Game On Challenge could actually literally be playing multiplayer against each other or cooperative or whatever the game depends on a real CoCo game, and that would be kind of cool. So I'm hoping that actually ends up working. I've never heard of Parsec before. Jeff told me about it. So
we can have Game of the Week Dino Wars.
Yeah. I mean, that's one. You could play Gauntlet 2 or Gauntlet or regular Gauntlet with 3 or 4 players if you wanted to.
Rampage.
Rampage with 3 players. I mean, there's a ton of stuff you could do with that because it does allow this. Basically, it transmits the joystick or whatever game controller you have and the keyboard for keyboard games across. And he's used it on other platforms like Atari 8-bits and stuff to play head-to-head games. And I don't think anybody's really tried it on the CoCo. So hopefully we'll get that working. Next up, we have Davey's Retro Corner. He did a graphics demo / game called Forced Fire Cellular Automata.
Just
I think I covered that one last week.
Just in time for the Canadian fire season.
Yeah. Actually, I don't think that was the one I wanted to show, though. Yeah, I want to show Drastar 4. Did I put that in a different tab, or did I? Might have clicked on something. Yeah, here's the one. I probably forgot to pause it. It played through and went to his next video automatically. So this is a type-in from Dragon User Magazine from 1984, I believe. Yeah, August of 1984. So it's called Drastar 4, originally by Brian Morley. And he's got the video here that you'll be watching. And he's also got the basic source code available for download off of his GitHub. So if you want to save yourself the typing and just import into a disk image, you can do that. It's got a lot of selections. I'll just fast forward a little bit to the graphics side. It's meant for black and white. It's a little slow in spots, but basically a shoot up with a the sights type thing. Nice font though. I like this font for his characters here. So anyway, that's what the game looks like, and if you want to go grab it, this is the link. It'll be in the show notes and on the Discord as well. Here you can actually grab the basic program. This is one I think that probably somebody could go in and improve quite a bit, because we've learned some tricks. You can get put buffers a lot faster and stuff that actually is built in but not documented in basic. So you probably could speed this game up a good chunk if somebody took the time to do it. And he actually put the link up for the actual article in Dragon User itself. So here's the actual original article, which you can get on the World of Dragon archive, and you can also get it on the Color Computer archive in the magazine section. So there's the directions as well as the actual source code there, if you really want to type it all back in again. And that's all I've got for the game news this week. So I'll switch over to the.
Well, no, you don't. You got one more.
I do.
Well, I've got Neutroid.
Stuproid or whatever it's called.
Neutroid.
I will do it after.
I was trying to get past it, but damn, he caught me.
Okay, I'll just share a screen. Now, is that coming up?
Yep. Did you remember to share sound?
I think I did. We'll see when we start. So this is Neutroid. Now it's still only half finished, but it's at a point where you can actually get to see something on the screen. So it's Neutroid Reloaded, a remake of the original Neutroid from the TRS-80 Model 1 with extras. So at the moment, you can sort of get your Neutroid moving, but there's still a lot more to go. So I'll just run into it. I got the sound effects working at least. So is the sound coming through?
Yeah.
So at the moment, I'll just let it bounce back and forth. You're the Neutroid in the middle there, the white dot. The goal is to get the Protroids that are circling on the outside, and you've got to hit them directly to get points. If not, it goes into the wall in the back, and you lose energy if you do that. So you basically control the grid. Every time you move the 4 arrow keys, it sets up the deflectors on the grid. So it's important to note that you don't control the dot. You control the grid, the blue area. So every time I'm pressing the buttons, it puts up a little deflector rod. And I've made it very easy to control. It looks complex, but it's dead easy. It does most of the work for you. Anyway, I'll let it crash if you want. That's it when you hit a Neutroid. And it's using samples. Now, this is running at the slow rate at the moment. Oops, I missed.
It sounds kind of gassy.
And you have some voice synthesis in this too.
Well, if I let the energy run down a bit, I'll just miss a few times and let the energy fall down. You'll get a bit of a voice come in as well. The alarm. So there's going to be more objects moving around in the middle. And it will get harder by getting faster. I'll try and miss a few. Here it goes. So my energy's gone down. You get a warning alarm to let you know that you're gonna die. I'll just pause for a sec so I can explain it. So every time you hit a protroid, I mean, you gain energy. But every time
I just saw Jim Rye's comment, Nick. He says, "You lost me after you're the white dot."
Turn your screen upside down, then it'll make sense. And every time you hit the protroids on the outside, you gain energy. But every time you hit the orange reactor wall, you lose energy, and you lose more energy than you gain. So you've obviously got to not try to hit the orange wall and try to hit the protroids. So it's a game with a nuclear element to it. Well, the idea. And the original idea I did for Neutroid back in 80, well, on the Model 1, pure 82, for the TRS-80 Model 1. Back then, there were a few games that were coming out that were, atomic particle idea. And even on the CoCo, we had Reactoid and that other one that you mentioned, Tube Frenzy as well. So it was a thing back then. And this was my idea from back then as well. And this is just a reimagining. Neutroid 2 that I did was not really a direct conversion of my Model 1 version. So this is to remedy that for all those legions of fans who want to play Neutroid. I'm going to give them what they want. You're supposed to laugh.
I like the new reflector thing. It's cool.
It's much more visually, you know what you're doing now, and I think that was the biggest problem with your first CoCo port.
Well, with the original Model 1 version, it was a little bit awkward to control. It got confusing. I've made this one very easy. You basically just hit the buttons in the direction you want to go, and the program moves the grid accordingly. You can't crash accidentally on this, so it's very easy. All you have to do is
60 just said in the chat there too, Nick. He said, and the sound is fantastic, and I will agree with that. The digitized sound effects versus the generated ones you did before. I mean, it requires 64K now. It won't run in 16 like the original.
Yeah.
But the sound effects are for a CoCo 1 and 2 game are awesome.
Well, that's the other thing. This is for a CoCo 1 with 64K. You've got to have 64K because then it's got 32K of sound samples alone. I mean, if I didn't have that, it could have fit in I reckon even a 16K machine for that matter. I could make it run for that.
Yeah, your original version did, I think.
But the whole goal is to get something that sounds great. So
you got to do something to make up for the gameplay. So it's
for the players' lack of intelligence. Yeah, I agree. But anyway, so that's all I've done. I'm probably 50% through, but yeah, I've got it all moving at least, so you can sort of see the game starting to take shape. Now it'll get harder as you go. It'll get faster. The protroids on the outside will move faster round and round the grid. Your particle can go faster as well, and there'll be a few things chasing you in the middle of the grid as well. But anyway, it does sound good, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds really, really good.
2-channel digital sample interrupt driven sounds on a CoCo 1.
Good stuff. Too bad about the gameplay. No, I'm just kidding. Even that's improved because now the visualness of what you're controlling is much better than the previous ones.
Yeah,
and
well,
closer to the Model 1.
Closer to the original vision of the game, yeah.
Yeah.
And I will stop sharing when I get the button. There we are.
Okay. And I will just skip
Back
straight
onto the
in
snoozy news.
Yeah. Well, it's not a ton of it this time, so that helps too. Okay, you guys seen that?
Yep.
Okay, so before I get into the actual news stories, there's a few announcements to make. So the first one is on behalf of Frank at Retro Rewind, who's actually in the chat right now. For those of you who don't know, he severely injured his wrist, actually broke it in multiple places. And he's actually got pins and stuff now to hold his wrist together. So he's wants to kind of apologize to the CoCo community at large that making stuff like CoCo SDCs is definitely going to be slowed down for the next little while until he's healed up. He did send a picture that was quite amusing when he originally had the first cast on, where he's basically like trying to duct taping a soldering iron to it to see if he could actually solder that way. Due to my experience with soldering, that looked incredibly dangerous. So I guess best of luck. I'm thinking he'll still get a chance to get some of these made because he's got some other people working for him, but it's obviously he's got to send parts and stuff back and forth, and it's going to slow things down. So if you're wondering why it's out of stock, or just little packets of them are coming available every once in a while, that's why. So once he's healed up, he'll be able to fully catch up, but he's got to get healed first and make sure he can get full use of his hand back. So
he's got another hand. What's the problem?
Yeah.
You solder left
I don't know.
hand.
I've got two hands, and that doesn't help with the soldering iron at all. That's all I can tell you. And then the next announcement is we've got a bunch of interviews lined up now over the next few months. I'm still working on a half dozen more. Whether they're all going to happen, I don't know. Obviously, we had Ron Bull on today. Next week, the person you're seeing on the screen right now will be our interview guest. That's the guy who makes the CoCo Town YouTube channel. He's also on our Discord now. So he'll be kind of going over his history of the CoCo and, just the YouTube channel. He just started recently. He's doing assembly and basic programming. He's done some music stuff. So that'll be an interesting interview. So that's next week. The week after that, June 23rd, is when Ken and I will be at Boat Fest. So we're planning on doing at least some sort of live reporting or streaming from there if we can and the bandwidth permits. So that's the second time I'll be there and Ken's first time. So I'll probably let him do most of the talking because he'll be his first impressions for it. So look forward to that. July is where we're still trying to book a whole bunch of stuff. But in August, we've got a couple already booked too. So the first one we have in August is August the 12th. We'll be interviewing Matt Harper. And if you guys remember that name from recently on the Game On Challenge, he's the guy who wrote Wizard's Den for Atomic Software. So that was a Game On Challenge for us. It was also a recent CoCo Show episode. So that one, we're going to try to get both John and Aaron on as guest interviewers because they were pretty enraptured with the game as well. But of course, the rest of everybody in the chat and everybody who's on the panel is welcome to ask any questions they do. Want to ask Matt on that. And then the August the 19th, the week after that, we have a twofer. So we have Glenn Dahlgren of Sundog Systems. He's going to be a co-interviewer like Nick was today with Ron. And the special guest, and you guys at CoCo Fest would have met him there and saw his booth. Doug Maston, the person that originally programmed the Contras, which is one of the premier CoCo 3 games with multi-channel digital sound and hardware scrolling and tons of levels and all kinds of stuff. So it's a great treat to have him on. If you guys saw his booth there, I didn't actually even get a chance to stop by his booth to watch, but he had a bunch of stuff that he used to develop it back in the day, like some of his original hand-drawn graphics and stuff and maps and things. So we'll be going through the tales of that. There's even some special stuff where his dad helped make some hardware to digitize the sound effects and stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff we'll be finding out there. So a big thank you to Doug for agreeing to come on for that particular interview as well. And like I said, there's another half dozen I'm working on for, sometime in August, maybe, parts of August, and then all of July is basically open. So hopefully we'll get some of those cemented away as well. So those are the announcements, and then on to the regular news. Okay, so first of all, we got CoCo Town, our guest next week. He did Floating Point number 2. So this is the second part, explaining how Floating Point works internally in BASIC and how to actually call it from assembly language, how to set up the FP0 through 5 variables, etc. for the routines that BASIC uses. I won't bother playing anything off that there because it's pretty technical. So, but if you're into that kind of stuff, it kind of goes hand in hand with some of the stuff that Alan Huffman's covered on Floating Point on his blog. So if you want if you're more visually learning, like say Stevie was, this might be a good way for you to learn is to watch those two parts. So we can check that out. And then this here is a video announcement from him, which I'm just going to play because it's a minute long and kind of promote him for being the guest next week, and also promote that he's now got the source code available in a nice text form that you can actually go get now for any of the stuff he's covered on his Coco Town series. So I'll just play that video and you can kind of get an idea for it.
Hey everybody, just a quick announcement that I've been uploading the source code that I've been using in my videos to a new WordPress blog, cocotownretro.wordpress.com. So if you're looking through a video and you're curious to try the code out for yourself, just go into the description and there will now be a link to take you to that blog. So for example, for the floating point number 2 video, it would take you here, and then you could go ahead and look through the assembly code, look through the basic code, and try it out yourself. And if you need a little reminder how to try stuff out, on the sidebar I have a little link on more info about this blog. You'll see just a couple command lines to use Toolshed and to use LWASM to get stuff up and running, compiled, and onto your virtual floppy. So I'll try to keep this blog updated as I upload new videos, and hopefully that'll help you to understand what's going on a little bit better and to try stuff out yourself. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you next time.
And we'll see him next week. So Dave will be our guest. So if you guys have not checked out his YouTube series, it's got a lot of really cool stuff. We've been covering it on the show. So if you watch through those and you have any questions about any of the projects he's done or techniques he used, have them ready for next week's show. Okay, next up we've got Subetha Software, which is Alan Huffman, of course. And this is kind of a nostalgia thing for me, too, because I did a little bit of this, too, though I don't think I did it quite as much as Alan did. But I'm sure some of you guys, especially the older ones, are familiar with phone phreaking. And the CoCo, like a lot of the other 8-bits, had a lot of software kind of dedicated to that. Some of them on some of their machines required modems. We actually had a 6-bit DAC, so we could do all the blue box and black box and red box and all the other tone things to do free long distance calls and all that kind of stuff, or free payphone things, right from the CoCo itself without any extra hardware. What was that, Rick?
War dialing.
Yeah. That's one of the examples here where you just set up a range of numbers and it checks to see if any of them have computers hooked up to them that answer the phone. And there's actually, if you go into the Computer Archive, there's utilities and disk images of phone phreak tools and stuff. And this is back from the CoCo 1 and 2 era. I think there was a few CoCo 3 ones too. I think Alan mentions a few. I used mostly the CoCo 1 and 2 ones back then. And then some of my friends got arrested, so I stopped doing it. But here, like, you've got the blue box, the silver box, the red box, the green box, the pin jammer, etc. So, and Mr. Bill's not Bill Noble. I do know that for a fact, so I better mention that. And I don't know how you do an illegal thing and license it to somebody, so I'm not quite sure how that worked out. And Alan didn't either. But yeah, anyway, it's a bit of nostalgia and a bit of exploring some of the darker side of stuff you could do with your CoCo back in the day. Go ahead.
It's probably an inside joke. Probably.
Could be. I don't know. I remember using these a lot. I actually used the auto dialer on this thing to try to phone in radio contests to win prizes too, because you could just set it to auto dial, and if it didn't detect a tone within half a second, hang up and do it again.
Right.
Actually, I think I did end up winning something, if I remember. Next up, Ron Klein has actually posted multiple updates for stuff that you can do on the CoCo Pi. So the first one here is the TRS-80GP emulator has been added. This was originally for doing all the black and white, so Model 1, Model 2, Model 3, Model 4, but he's now added MC10 and CoCo 1.2 support. And you can now try that out in the CoCo Pi as well. He's actually a member of our Discord too. He actually, I didn't put this in the Game On News, but he wrote a CoCo game. I'm pulling a blank in it right now. I'll take a look for it later and post it in the one of the game channels on Discord. But basically, he mentioned to me that I had the artifact colors reversed for a game he published in Rainbow, and it was an assembly language game. And he didn't explain in the article what colors things were supposed to be, but he did mention that your tank on the bottom was supposed to have Canadian flags, so it had to be red, white, red. Now my screenshots were blue, white, red. So he corrected that. I quickly updated those, I think, yesterday and put them up, so they're proper now. But I'll mention what game it is off there. I just can't remember off the top of my head. So anyway, that emulator has been added to the Pi. And then there's also XRoar 1.4.1. And we've been kind of talking about some of the updates that Kieran's been doing to XRoar for much more accurate composite colors. And some other fixes, like actually adding some of the GUI stuff for Windows and stuff. And actually, I've downloaded the latest XRoar for the Mac, and some of the new GUI settings are available through the menu on there as well. And there's more stuff you can do through command line, of course. And then he's fixed some general bugs. WD279X, that's the second one from the bottom there, write sync bytes before the DAM fixes to DMK files. That was requested by Michael Furman, and that's part of how you can get Flex to run properly. With the odd disk format it uses with single density on track 0 and double density in the remainder of the tracks. This is required. 1.4 or higher is required in order for you to run Flex on XRoar, for example. So that actually fixed that too. So thank you, Kieran, for doing all the work there. And actually, it even runs on the online version as we showed last week. And then the third update for the CoCo Pi is the newest update for UG Basic. I don't want to call it UG Basic because it makes it sound like UG Basic. Like, why would I want to use that? And that's not really what it's meant to stand for, I don't believe. But that's now available on the CoCo Pi as well. You can download that. Of course, you can download it on your own system as like a Windows or whatever, and actually do the compiling there too as well. So it's a compiled basic language, structured, optimized, blah, blah, blah. So I know there's a few game projects actually undergoing for the CoCo right now that are using this language. So it'll be interesting to see where that goes. Also, I believe I caught this on Facebook. I didn't get a chance to double check it, and maybe some of you who are on Facebook might know, but I think it was Ron Klein's birthday this past week too, wasn't it? I thought I saw a few people wishing him a happy birthday. So if I read that right in my breezing through stuff here, happy birthday, Ron. And if I'm wrong, just save that until it's your actual birthday. Next up, Chibi Akumis, who has done a whole bunch of tutorial videos on, and it sells a couple books on doing assembly language for a variety of 8 and 16-bit processors, has done an update to his 6809 assembly language for the CoCo 3. So he's actually added in all these little tables that you can actually just do as a quick lookup as an alternative to some of the stuff that Sockmaster did that Kieran's hosting. So it goes into the extended memory map, how the MMU works, all the different gimme registers, and what the settings are for that. So it's nice to have it as a quick little reference. And he's got a second page you can click on here for the Dragon and the CoCo 1 and 2. And of course, he's got some sample code. He's got little, software sprite routines and stuff like that too that you can check into if you want to learn assembly language. And of course, he covers all these different platforms. So you kind of learn how to do the same things on a variety of things, from Z80s to 68000s to 6502s to Z80s, whatever. So definitely go check that out if you're getting it started in assembly language. Cocotown also published this one here, nostalgia-inducing retro graphics. So this is basically almost like a trivia thing you could do. Like he just made basically 2.5 minutes of various screens, and you kind of see if you recognize them. They might be from a game, they might be from the manual that came with the CoCo, it might be from a magazine article or something like that. I'll just play a little bit. You can actually go check them all out, but I'll just play a few here. Obviously, this one's kind of self-explanatory, but Chromaset did all these little, MT&D did this too, those little programs you would run to kind of introduce you to the issue they had published. And they always did some little graphic animation or little story or something like that. And this one, I'm trying to remember, I think this was from a Rainbow magazine or something like that. I can't remember now. This is from War Games from Rainbow, which they used to start the simulation contest because this was published for the first simulation contest. I'll do one more. I'm sure you guys know where that's from, right? Nobody?
Yeah, it's vaguely familiar.
It's from Rainbow, isn't it?
Yep, correct. Fred Skirbo did those. He did a Rock Fest, I think he called it. He did a bunch of rock and roll band logos, and they also did one for movies and stuff. And of course, this is Ghostbusters. And then speaking of Mikey from earlier, so he's got a few entries this week. So basically, he's released episode 5 of his video blog about Flex. And this has the announcement that he's actually got the Flex 5.0.4 is now available for download, and he's fixed all the disk images so they now will work properly with emulators, etc. So this is kind of his long video kind of going through everything here.
Apparently was not Y2K compliant.
That's still not, no.
Surprise.
Now, I did want to play the little intro. Like, he does this little kind of like he clips a couple bits out of the main thing, and usually they're funny. And I thought Nick Marentes would appreciate, assuming he's still on and awake.
No, I am, but I'm not in front of the computer.
Well, this is what you can hear with the audio. You won't have to see this.
Okay.
I'll just play it up until his vlog music roll starts.
Go out there and play with Flex because it needs some love. OS 9 and Nitrous 9 have enough love already. Heck, they even have their own trash can.
So I thought Nick would like that.
I think it's interesting.
So anyway, the vlog kind of goes through what was done to get everything up and working, but then he actually did an actual blog post and an actual website here that you can hit up. It's at ocs.net, and that's kind of his blog, I think. But he goes, the general availability of FHL ColorFlex 504. So basically, he's got the disk images totally fixed up and ready to run. Goes a bit of a history of what it is. So this is the Frank Hogg version, because we also had a TSC one, and we also have the Spectral Associates Flex Plus. But he actually goes through not only talking about the YouTube series and stuff that you can actually go back and watch the other 4 episodes, but you also have some other utility disks, etc., that he's found that he's also made available. So you don't just get the operating system itself. You can also get the Frank Hogg Labs color utilities, and I'm going to have to go back through the Frank Hogg 32-page catalog and figure out exactly what that entailed, because I can't remember. He's also got the Ed Editor, which is a text editor. But he's also got Extended Basic made by TSC itself. And now TSC is the company that originally made Flex for the 6800 in 1978. So it's their version of Extended Basic that runs under Flex. And I know there was also like A-Basic compilers and a bunch of other stuff too. So there's quite a bit of stuff. I'm assuming Michael's going to try to find some of these other ones that are a bit more rare, or maybe they'll work with some of the ones, because there's a Flex users group for all the other machines that had Flex, which is basically anything 6800, 6809. But I think he's going to try to track down some of the other ones here that will run under FHL Flex, and then people can start fiddling with it, which was a pretty powerful operating system for the time. It was up around CPM level of power versus, say, the Disk Basic. It wasn't as good as OS 9, but it probably was a bit of a better fit for a CoCo 1 and 2 64K, to be honest, because the operating system didn't take as much room, so you could make bigger programs. Whereas with OS 9 level 1, the OS took a fair bit of RAM, which limited what size of programs you could do. And this is where stuff like Dynacalc and Dynastar and all those came first before the OS 9 versions came out. And there's other languages. I mean, you could pick up COBOL and all kinds of weird stuff. So I don't know if that is still available somewhere, but it looks like Mikey's going to try to track some of that stuff down. So I wanted to mention that. But anyway, all the download links are here. He's got a bit of a quick start of how to run each individual thing. Kind of goes into the history of his blog and vlog. He actually got a hold of Frank at Flex, and I guess he's now going to get a hold of Rich Hogg, who actually did more of the programming. Frank was more the salesman and the person that ran the company, which was originally a dentist's office, believe it or not.
Right.
And if he can get a hold of Rich, I'm actually going to try to get Rich on, because he was more the programmer, and he did stuff for the CoCo 1, 2, and 3, and he did stuff for OS 9 and Flex. So I'd like to get him on for an interview at some point too. In fact, I think he was involved with some of the TC9 stuff too. So thanks, Mike, for getting all that resurrected and getting it all fixed up, figuring out what the problem was, why none of the disk images that were on the archive or anywhere else worked. All these disk images are available on the Internet Archive. It looks like they should be on the Color Computer Archive this weekend or next week. There was a bit of confusion about the disk images, and I think that's been straightened out now, so I think it will be up soon. Next up, we have Jim Gary. Released his support of Mastermind Codebreaker. And this is an older program written originally by Lloyd Mulligan in RT11 Basic. And this came in the October 1977 issue of Byte magazine. And it's used to figure out solutions for the Mastermind board game, which means this you should pair this with all of Nick's games, because he seems to embed Mastermind in just about everything he does.
Mastermind.
So what this does is that you punch in, what the results are when you're playing Mastermind, like the different colors of you got something in the right spot and the right color, or you got the right color but the wrong spot. So you punch those in and it will try to help you guess and figure out exactly what those are. So if you're getting stuck on trying to open the things in Gatecrasher, for example, you might be able to use this program with a slight mod to help solve them for you. Of course, that's in real time, so it'd be a bit difficult, but. And Nick, did you have this program before? Is this how you come up with your Mastermind stuff?
No, I don't.
Okay. The second MC10 story by Robert Seek. So he put up a screenshot showing some ideas for large characters using the SG6 64x48 graphics mode, which gives you the square pixels instead of elongated vertically. But this is the one where it doesn't print the text characters. It prints all these weird vertical stripes of the dark green and the light green that you can see up here on the top. And now he's just been fiddling with some stuff here. Look, like I think last week we showed some very, very narrow characters he did with this, but you basically have to hold the screen at a 90-degree angle to be able to read type thing. But this way, he's expanding it to multiple pixels wide. You can get some effects that might be a bit more useful, I think, for reading on the screen. So he's just kind of thinking out loud here and showing a screenshot of some things he's been playing with. And then on to the dragon, we've got Davies Retro Corner. He did another type in on the dragon called Snowflake, and it's just a little graphics demo. This one was originally by Dr. Tim Langdell from his book 35 Programs for the Dragon 32. He does note the original program will crash with an illegal function call error later on. It's a bit of a bug in the program. It doesn't actually stop at the edges like it should. So he's got the thing here, and you obviously would speed it up or run with double speed in a CoCo 3 or over crank it in an emulator. And then he's got, of course, the place where you can download the source code here on his GitHub, as he does with all of his projects for the Dragon and the CoCo and the MC10. So if you want to grab the source code there without having to type it in, there you go. This here next one is a cool one. So Tony Jewell in the Dragon group on Facebook stumbled across something that he found just searching in Google, and it's pictures from the initial inauguration of opening the factory for the Dragon in Spain after Eurohard took it over. I've never seen any of these pictures. They have some of the people, on the semi-line you can see here. So he posted this on Facebook. And the initial inauguration of this was December 19th, 1984. So there's a bit of a gap between, I think, when Dragon shut down in Wales to when it got moved here and became officially sanctioned by the government somewhat. So it actually stuck around for a while, too. And this is Dragon 64s. I don't think they made any Dragon 32s that I remember. But Karen, correct me if I'm wrong on that. But he actually put the link to the site after the Facebook where he posted one of them here. So he's actually got multiple pictures you can zoom in here. So you can see here it's 19th of December, 1984, and this is some of the principles. Actually getting the assembly line going, basically. And there's some others you can go through here, too. So you can see some of the people going, pretending to look like they're looking at circuit boards. Another angle for that. Here's some of the people actually working on putting stuff in the cases. And same there, probably some of the testing equipment there as well. In fact, I think this tester they've shown at some of the Dragon shows. I tried doing Google Translate on this as a web page, and it basically didn't translate a darn thing. But if you actually cut and paste this stuff, it actually does translate through perfectly fine. So I will read just a bit of it here that went along with this article. So let's see where that starts it here. At the beginning of the 80s, a large British toy company called Metoy sought to enter the new world of personal computing that was beginning to have great commercial projection worldwide. Metoy, based in Wales, created the Dragon Data Company, seeking to manufacture a home microcomputer, thus emerging the Dragon 32 computer, named for its 32K of RAM. There was initially some initial 16K ones, but I don't think any of those got sold, or very few did. In 1984, a corporation called Eurohard was founded in Spain with the aim of entering the personal computing market themselves, taking advantage of the cancellation of the purchase of Dragon Data by Radio Shack. Eurohard, with the help of several of different Spanish entities, bought the company in August of '84, moving its headquarters from Wales to Spain, and establishing on one hand its commercial headquarters in Madrid, And on the other, it's Computer Factory in, and I'm probably going to pronounce this totally wrong, Caesar de Caceres, Extremadura. I'm not sure any of that is spelled or pronounced correctly by me. He said, with the Dragon 200 model, Earhart won on February 6, 1985, a contest with the Ministry of Culture for the supply of computer systems for educational centers. For this reason, the computer made by the new company Dragon Data was popular among school children. He then tried to achieve the same at the national level by submitting the team a bid for the Ministry of Culture's Project Athena contest, which I don't think they did get. So they just got it to a local one. There's a bit more text I won't bother reading here, but you can use a translation for that too. But it's kind of cool seeing that history because we know a fair bit about the history of Dragon now because we've had some of the people that worked there, on the Dragon Special, et cetera, but we don't know much about the Spanish side of things when Earhart took it over. So this is actually some pictures from when they initially opened the plant. And then a bit of history that's described there too, which I didn't know most of. So that's really, really cool. So big thanks to Tony for finding that. And speaking of finding stuff in the vaults, here's another one. Now, this one, there's a little bit of controversy going through the comments from the link from Facebook on this one. Basically, this is from the IEEE Life Members newsletter. That's electrical engineers, I believe, is what that stands for.
Institute for Electrical Engineers, and something. I should know.
So this is part of the Life Members Committee. So I assume if you've been in long enough that you get to stay in this for life, even if you retire. And I'll just kind of read my little notes here. So basically, this is a little article called Dealing with Dragons, written by John Hain. John was a member of the PA Consulting Company back in 1982, and they designed the Dragon. The article covers a hardware fix that came up with the ghost vertical feature that showed up on the early Dragon 32 screens and how they figured it out. And he kind of explains, why companies should probably make their designs a bit more robust and understand what they're really dealing with. Because Dragon Database gave them some specs and basically this just didn't work. But I have a note here. Several current Dragon experts mentioned both missing and incorrect information in this article. And then another person kind of came and defended, well, this is written 20 years after the guy worked on it, for PA Consulting for a couple months back in 82. So he probably just isn't remembering the details correctly. As we found out during PennFest, that's afflicted a lot of us since it's about the same time difference too. Anyway, it's a pretty good, interesting read just to go through, like you try to design something. This was part of the NTSC to PAL conversion from the VDG that they thought would work just fine, and then it didn't. And then they had to figure out what the hell went wrong, and then how the hell do we fix it type thing. So it's a cautionary tale. And that's it for the news this week.
Hey, Curtis.
Yep.
I didn't look it up, but I think it's Institute of Electronic and Electrical and Electronics Engineers. So.
Okay. I'm glad you tried to say it, not me.
Yes, me too. And that's what I'm actually been working on becoming one. So I should know this, but yeah.
Okay, I just saw some comments. I just want to kind of cover that was covering some of the news stories here. Waylon says, I have a 16K Dragon. Well, they fitted a little RAM board to make it 32K. So I guess some were sold the original. Yeah, they've made 15 million pies. Jeff Gerling visited and discovered the robots are driven by pies as well. Imagine if Radio Shack had bought Dragon Data, which they were playing, we could have had a real keyboard earlier. And then Waylon's also saying here, they still make 6502. I think he's talking about what if they still make the 6809. I don't think they make the 6809 still, but Hitachi is still making the 6309 for military contracts. So that is, you can actually get new chips if that's what they were talking about. Anyway, that's all I had. Anybody have any project updates or acquisitions? Besides Nick, who snuck it in during the Game On segment.
Kind of disappointed. I bought some new PLA and it doesn't come in a box anymore. It's just in a bag. So what do I do if I want to store this?
Reduce shipping cost.
Because it also used to come with like a handful of desiccant, and now there's a little teeny tiny, there you go. There's like a thimbleful.
In the little bag. Yep.
There's no way to store this. I either have to burn it up or come up with my own dry box. So that's disappointing. But other than that, oh yeah, and the show went long enough. I got a part off. So
Well,
Anybody else, or should we put a fork in it here at the, what are we at now? The 4.5 hour mark or something?
Yeah, coming up on it.
Press the button, Frank.
It's time for some floppy talk.
All right.
Well, big thank you to Jason and Nick and our guest Ron too for helping with the interview stuff.
Indeed.
Well, here's how we handle floppy talk. Here's your intro.
This concludes another episode of The CoCo Nation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things The CoCo Nation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCo Nation Show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCo Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCo Nation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Okay.
Okay, well, thanks everybody for the show, and be here next week for our guest, Coco Town.
Coco Town, yay!
All right.
Is that anything like Rivet Town?
Not at all.
Take me down to Coco Town. It sounds like a song.
Yeah.
Actually, he's got a song. If you listen to the theme, it's basically Funky Town with Coco instead of the lyrics.
Ah, there we go.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
See you all next week,
everyone.
Hey.